calls on all of us to make sure it carries her through to the next 250 and beyond. President Trump, I've covered you for a long time, and so have many reporters in this room. When we ask questions, you push back, you give us answers, and we push back. You have always been a deal guy. Well, that's the deal. And the First Amendment is a done deal. And that's what we toast tonight, the freedoms that brought us back together even after they were threatened. So let's raise a glass to what makes ours a beautiful country. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
That was very beautiful, but this has not been an easy evening, all these awards. Do I have a say in those awards, all those awards? But it's great to be back at a place that I know very well because I built it. And I'm very proud of it because I built it for $2.9 billion less than the Federal Reserve building, which is a lot smaller, by the way. Figure that one out. But I am delighted to be here at the White House Correspondence Dinner. Amazing people, a lot of people that I like. Some I don't like it all, but I respect most of them. I must say that you do a great job, amazing job, and it's an honor. As I said 3 months ago, the show must go on. We were backstage and we all wanted to just have it go on, whether it was 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, it didn't matter. But in the end, it made more sense to do it the way we're doing it. And we had a great news conference at the White House, in a very important room. And you did very well. I think we all did very well. It was a hell of an evening, I can tell you that. Won't soon be forgotten. And I think a lot was learned from that evening. Tremendous amount was learned about security and about other things, the dangers of what we all do. But just like my presidency, the second time is always better. It's always better. And the third time will be better yet. I'm only kidding. From the earliest moments after the attack on our dinner last April, I knew we had to reschedule this event as soon as possible. We had to do it very quickly, and we met very quickly. And we figured something out, but the attempted mass murder at the Washington Hilton, that's what it could have been, was an assault on our democracy itself. Very serious situation. Many of you were there with me, and some showed extreme bravery, like Pete Hegseth, Steve Miller, Tom Holman. Really? They were standing on tables, and most of you were under the tables, okay? But they did. They showed. I saw every one of them that was standing up at those tables. I didn't know if they were brave, if they were smart, if they were stupid as hell. But they were on those tables in some cases, and there were a lot of different feelings going on in the room at that moment. But after hearing the gunshots, many people yelled, "Get down, get down," which caused Nicki Minaj to start twerking. You believe it? Get down. She's the only one that really understood what that meant.
That shit's hilarious. Nicki Minaj started twerking. Hey, what up, everyone? Hey, happy Friday. It's July 24th, Friday. It's 9 p.m. Los Angeles time over here where I'm at. Going through a heat wave, but it's finally cooled down, posted up, smoking some hippie lettuce. Gonna have a little YouTubeville watch party with this Donald Trump correspondence dinner speech that he did a few hours ago. So checking it out now. So feel free to share your opinions, comments, criticisms, concerns, insights, information, whatever may be on your mind. So yeah, and please hit the like button. Thank you. Hope everyone's having a good Friday night, staying safe and cool out there. Thanks for tapping in. Oh yeah, this correspondence dinner, I guess, is I guess from that last one they tried to have, I guess I don't know, there was some kind of attack on it. So this is like this is now it's happening today. So this is it.
But tonight we come back together to answer that heinous attack with unwavering resolve, and every one of us here this evening to show that in America we do not yield to political violence. We can't do that. Can't do it. So in this country, we believe in freedom of speech. We settle our differences not with bullets, but with open and vigorous debate. And no deranged loser with a gun will ever change that. We can't let that ever happen. A lot of very dangerous people out there. We can't let it happen. I want to begin by expressing our gratitude to the incredible men and women who put their lives on the line every day to protect my family and myself, all presidents, and lots of others. That's the United States Secret Service. So I appreciate it very much. Sean and the whole group. Amazing job. Amazing job. In recent months, they've repeatedly responded to threats with speed and professionalism and extraordinary courage. And there is no better example of that than Officer Victor Gonzalez, who we just met. It was amazing. What he did was amazing. When the would-be assassin charged the checkpoint at speed, he was fast. You know, when you looked at that, you had to look at it about 10 times before you really saw what was going on. He was quick. Nasty. The gun made him nasty, actually. But Officer Gonzalez engaged the attacker without hesitation and took a bullet to the chest after his ballistic vest, fortunately, was on, saved his life. And Victor did not even want to go to the hospital for a checkup. We insisted, really, we wanted him to do it. We insisted, but he didn't want to go. So to Officer Gonzalez, Secret Service, Metropolitan Police, law enforcement generally, and even all of the militaries around us in the room tonight, we salute you and we thank you with all of our hearts. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. These are great people. So this evening we're picking up right where we left off, so let's have a little bit of fun. You know, I said, what do we do here? Is this supposed to be fun? Am I supposed to be serious? Am I supposed to be a comedian? So I guess you said maybe a little bit of everything. I know one thing, I could never have done the speech that I had ready just a short while. Oh, that was going to be a doozy. I was so psyched. I was going to rip people. And I don't know, just something changed. It's really for the better, but I just wouldn't want to do that. But we'll do a little ripping if you don't mind. But it is true. I said, how do we handle this? It's going to be a different kind of an evening, and it is. And in many ways, it's a more beautiful evening, actually. Everyone's looking really good tonight, and I know it was not easy finding shoes to go along with your bulletproof vest, which many people didn't want to wear because they'd rather die than look 20 pounds heavier. You know that, right? We have that a lot. They put one on me. I said, are you sure I'm not wearing this? No, you look exactly 20. They say, sir, it's about 21 pounds. They said, not good. But I want to thank the outgoing president of the White House Correspondence Dinner Association. Now, she won't admit it, and she should not admit it, but we sort of became friendly. You know, in times of stress, on occasion you become friendly. I have a lot of respect for Ouija And I tell you, we went through a little bit of a war together. It turned out pretty good. It turned out pretty good because of a lot of good people. They stopped the tragedy. So I want to thank you very much. Fantastic. And we worked extremely hard to ensure this dinner was rescheduled. And we want to just thank her family. I just met her parents, her children, her husband. What a perfect family. So it's really great. Thank you very much all for putting up with this. For putting up with this, right? But let me also thank the incoming president of the Correspondence Association, Jackie Heinrich. She can be very tough as a reporter, I will tell you. She can be nasty. She looks so beautiful, but she can be so nasty. How could that happen? But she just got married to a very successful congressman, very good congressman. I'd like to have a couple of more votes from it. That's okay. On occasion, he shows a little independence. We don't like that. But now he's a very professional guy, and he loves our country. But that's a big thing. I just see what takes place. We're talking about what takes place to be in the position that you're leaving and that Jackie's coming into. And it's a lot of work, a lot of friendships, a lot of talent. And so, Jackie, congratulations.
Hey, what's up, Morts? How's it going, buddy? How are you guys all doing? What's up, Cindy Prim? How's it going? Good to see you. What's up, Bobby? Let's see here. What's up, Darube? John Cash? Run Amok. What's happening? What's up, Jose? Zeze? Got Mary Roby. What's up? Yeah, what up, everyone? Thanks for hanging out, checking out this Donald Trump correspondence dinner that he did a few hours ago. Hope you guys are all having a safe and cool Friday night out there, wherever you're at. I just made a coffee right now myself.
And congratulations are also in order for our favorite White House press secretary, Caroline Levitt, who just had her second child. You and your husband. She's great. She's done a fantastic job. We all love her. She's done a fantastic job. She's another one. She can be nasty. But sometimes she has no choice, right? But Caroline may have one of the hardest jobs in the White House. She has to deal with all of you, all of the time. And you can be very difficult. You can be very, very difficult people. But I'm probably being a little bit oversensitive. Sometimes I really do think that some of you don't like me. In fact, I read a report, I get 93% negative publicity. 93%. So how the hell did I win the election by so much? Think of it, I don't think that's true. I can't believe it's 93. In the 80s maybe, but not 93. But this place is really the largest group of Trump derangement syndrome people ever put together at one time, I suspect. Some of you are lucky that our last dinner was cut short because I had brought with me what would possibly have been, I'm telling you, I had something. I was going to go after you. I feel so badly doing this. It's going to be such a letdown. Oh, yeah. But your lives were really in danger the last time for an opposite reason. But on the plus side, your careers were saved, and we really do. We have a complete and total. I love the words complete and total. They say, but it means almost the same thing. I said, it doesn't matter when you say it. It's called emphasis. It's called emphasis. But everyone is now really warming up. The new White House military center, drone port, highly protected ballroom. We have our ballroom. The windows are this thick. They said to the people, well, if a bullet hits, what happens? Nothing. Nothing. It bounces right off, sir. This is the greatest bulletproof glass. I said, AK-47. That's supposed to be a big one. I don't know so much about the guns. My sons know a lot. But I said, I know it's big. What would happen? They go up, meaning it can take more. I said, so if I'm making a speech and I hear that pinging sound at a window, what would I do? Sir, leave the room right away, but you're going to be safe. We're building something that's going to be amazing. And in light of what we went through, I think people understand it. It's going to be amazing. A phenomenal, one of the biggest drone ports anywhere in the world, right on the roof, right protecting the White House, not only the ballroom. And what's underneath, is supposed to be a top military secret, what's underneath, but then you get sued as usual, and you have to reveal that you're building this unbelievable situation downstairs with room after room of very complex stuff. It was the military's dream to have it built. I wanted to have a ballroom because for 150 years they wanted it. And then the generals came to see me and they said, "Sir, you're building something. This gives us an opportunity to do something that will be so unbelievable, never happen again." Because there's very little built under the White House, very hard to build under a very fragile building like that. It's very fragile, it's old, and a little different construction standards, frankly. And this is an opportunity for us to build something very powerful. I said, "Let's keep it secret." They said, "No, we're telling you, sir, let's keep it secret." And then we get sued and we revealed every room, We told the people that did the suit, they're not good people. We told them, we said, "You're being very unpatriotic when you bring a suit like this, but it is what it is, but it's moving fast. We're ahead of schedule. We're right on budget. And it's going to be something like, I think, no country has." I just visited China. They have this magnificent room, the Great Room. They call it the Great Room. It's a great room, but what we have is going to blow. There won't be anything like it. It's going to be fantastic, and with all of the things that are going along with it for safety and security of future presidents. I'm only going to be using it for about 6 months, assuming we finish it right on time. I get to use it. Somebody said, "He's building it for himself." I'm building it for the future. I use it. Now, had I not gone down 6 or 7 stories, then in that case, I would have been able to get a couple of years out of it. But that was far more complex what we did downstairs than what we do upstairs. So we're very proud of it. That's going to be amazing. And I think I was just telling the whole group sitting at the table we were talking about, and I said, I think, it's White House correspondence. So I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be able to use that. It's going to be very large and very beautiful and very safe, and that's what you need. So I was thrilled to see that after witnessing the attack, even Democrat Senator John Fetterman told his fellow Democrats to drop the Trump derangement syndrome and build the White House ballroom. But it's much more than that. It's something that you're going to use. I predict that you're going to end up using it, and a lot of people are going to end up using it. They're going to be as safe as you can possibly be. But despite everything that happened at the previous dinner and all of the dangers involved, I'm told that this is still the hottest ticket in town. This ticket to get in tonight, because it's a smaller room, it's a beautiful room, it's a luxury room. See those beautiful chandeliers? I can tell you everything about them if you'd like to know. See that beautiful Capitol above? See the beautiful Capitol? See everything, the brass. Those chandeliers are great. I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder if I could, I sold this building, and they're doing a nice job, but they're nice people. But I'll tell you, I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder if I could walk out with those chandeliers, because you can't buy them. They're very special. I won't tell you the fact. I won't mention that they're Czech crystal, because I'd like to say everything's made here, but they are Czech crystal. And they are beautiful. And the Waldorf people are doing a really nice job. We're proud of them, actually, because, when I left town, I was a little angry. I was a little bit angry. I was offered a nice price. I said, I'm getting out of that place. And then I said, let's make a comeback. And but I was very proud of this building. This building was hot. Remember the lobby floor? 82,000 feet. For those in the real estate business, 82,000 feet. It's a major floor. That thing was packed every single night. It was packed, mostly Republicans, I would say, but it was packed every single night. It almost brings back memories. But I left town, and I have just had nothing but good experience. And this might be the best experience of all, having all of these incredible people in this room. It's a great feeling, frankly. It's a great feeling. But tonight's event, thank you. But tonight's event is even crazier than the last time. In fact, it's so successful that I've been informed by CBS News' David Ellison, who's going to do a fantastic job. He's the owner. He's the owner. He bought it, spent a lot of money, and he's going to make, I think, fantastic changes and keep some of the great stuff going. But then next year, they're going to call it the Trump White House Correspondence Center. He told me that, and I like that very much. We're going to change the name of it, okay? Well, it's going to be so hot, just like our country is hot. We are hot, by the way. But to be honest, it's just about the only way that they're going to ever get me back here. You're going to have to change the name of the dinner. But how's that one going? Not too good. I hope that everyone finally got to enjoy their entire, very delicious beef tenderloins, very special beef. And I want you all to know that Bobby Kennedy, who's right here, personally ran over the cow in his car. And he cut it up and he brought it here for you to eat tonight. So it's very fresh. And Bobby also suggested an appetizer featuring his favorite cut of male raccoon roadkill. But we drew the line at that, Cheryl. We said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not doing that. We love Bobby. I'll tell you, it is a piece of work. You think it is fun, but he is a very different kind of a person. I love that. But he has what it takes, and he's smart, and he loves the country, and he wants people to be made to feel good. You agree with that, Bobby? He wants people to feel good. And he's doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. We can joke all we want, but thank you. A lot's happened since the last time we were all together.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Matt? I'm home on a Friday night because Trump made everything too expensive. It's too expensive to go out. I guess I'll go out on a Friday night when John Ossoff or Gavin Newsom's president in 2028, when the cost of living goes down.
This month we hosted one of the most incredible sporting events in world history at the White House, the UFC Freedom 250 fight. The UFC fight, when I announced that we're going to build a boxing ring right outside of the front door of the White House, I took a lot of heat. But it turned out that was, they say, about the most viewed fight in history. It was beautiful. So many things happened. It was supposed to rain. We're going to do it the week before, and the weather was beautiful. And the weather came and it went, and now we came up to Wednesday. They said, sir, this was on a Sunday night, replacing 60 Minutes, which is nice and unusual because usually it's Saturday night. And they said, sir, this was from Wednesday on. Tell me about weather, right? Sure.
Hey, what up, Long Bong? How's it going?
Rain. I think it's going to be one of the worst storms that we've seen in a long time. It's coming up the coast. It's going to hit you on Sunday night. It's going to be a disaster. I'm saying, can you believe? And you saw the ring we built, Dana White, the great Dana White, and everything. We had the best fighters in the world. Turned out we had the best fights that most people have ever seen, including me. It was just a miracle. But what happened is we're waiting for this rain to come all day long, and it's coming, and it's horrible. And it's 8 o'clock. And we say, I think it hasn't rained yet. They said, maybe we should postpone it an hour. Maybe we should make it the next day. We didn't know what to do. And finally, we just said, let's just have it. And it never rained. It was perfect. In fact, the week before, it was 92 degrees. It was nice, but this was like 72 degrees. And the rain was coming, and it came right over the White House. And it was like, thank you very much. It went like this. And other areas were drenched a few miles away. We didn't have a drop of rain. And it was absolutely one of the most incredible things anybody's ever seen. People said it's one of the most incredible nights of their lives. So just remember, before I came along, if you wanted to see someone lose consciousness on the south lawn of the White House, all you had to do is ask Joe Biden a question. Remember that. Oh, you think I'm kidding? But the big fight was such an amazing success that tonight I'm pleased to announce that we're going to host an even bigger one right in front of the White House. Every Friday night, every Saturday night, we're going to have fights in front of the White House. But we do have something coming and I'm only kidding. You know, the one thing about the press that I learned, don't be sarcastic. Because I'm a very sarcastic person, and I get sarcastic, and most people know that, but you have some bad people that will write it exactly like I say it. And I said I was only kidding. But we are going to have Indy 500. Roger Penske's coming in mid-August, and they're going to have it all throughout Washington, the greatest cars, the greatest drivers in the world. And that's going to be something. Already they have over 350,000 people signed up.
Look at that. Another Trump grift over here with his Indy 500 at the White House. Just grifting left and right, guys. The thief in chief.
Going down Pennsylvania Avenue, around the Capitol. And Roger, who's incredible, he won the Indianapolis 500 20 times. Think of it.
Speaking about chief, I'm about to chief up a fat bong loader, and now it's the only way I'm gonna be able to listen to this guy. If any of you guys smoke out there, let's have a little smoke session. And if you don't smoke, make yourself your tea or whatever you like to have, because we got about another hour's worth of Trump speak.
And all these countries, they spend billions and billions of dollars trying to win the Indy 500, and Roger wins it. He literally won it 20 times. On the 18th time, I said, that's amazing. I'm going to give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And I had him up. And then he won it 2 times after that. The guy's amazing. And he lost the last one by about 6 inches, if anybody watched it. So they're coming here, and it's going to be something really exciting. We have unbelievable events. It's an unbelievable country. And on July 4th, we were over at the mall, and it was raining, supposed to be really bad again. And we had 450,000 people show up, and that's a light number. And I was told, sir, we're going to have to cancel the event. This was not good. And it was drizzling a little bit, not raining very hard. And people are calling me, friends of mine were calling me. And I got a call from Brett Baer. Brett Baer said, it's not raining. I said, where are you? I'm standing at the mall, and I'm waiting to go in the White House. Then others called up. They said the same thing. And I said, this is terrible. But there was lightning. Not big lightning, but you don't have to have big lightning. It takes just a little bit to do some big damage. So they said, everybody must leave. 450,000 people were forced to leave, and they left. And then I said to myself, let me call up and find out what the hell's going on. And I called up, and I spoke to a brilliant young man. He said, don't worry about it, sir. We can do it in a couple of weeks. I said, you can't do it in a couple of weeks. This is the 250th birthday. In 2 weeks, what are we going to do? Say, let's go? We're going to have a redo? No. I said, I'll speak if I have to speak at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, I don't care. Call them all back. They're all done. 450,000, and most of them were in cars or heading back to Texas, and it was sad. And we said the show must go on. Very much like here, we said the same term, right? The show, it's a great term. It's true in life. The show has to go on. The show must go on. And I said, the show must go on. I put it out on Truth. The show must go on. And we had probably, Peter, 150,000 people come back up higher. Maybe, thank you. Let's stand up here. Tell them more, right? It might have been more, but it was amazing. It was just an amazing crowd, and actually worked out better. A little like this, it worked out better than if we had done it at the normal 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock time. It was incredible. We started speaking at 11 o'clock in the evening, but tremendous numbers of people. Thousands and thousands came roaring back, and it was a great evening, and it was a celebration. And we didn't do it the following day, and we didn't do it 2 weeks later. We did it when we were supposed to do it. It was a fantastic celebration. But I can exclusively reveal to you this evening that for the heaviest of the heavyweights, we will have sloppy Chris Christie, one of the sloppiest human beings you'll ever meet.
This guy's just rambling on and just a bunch of nonsense. Hey, look who's in the crowd right there. It's Mark Malarkey Wayne, the plumber Mullen. Look at it. Center of the screen, there's Mark Malarkey Mullen, the plumber. Yeah, that fool's only hired to clean up Donald Trump's diaper.
I would say I could mention the governor of Chicago, but I'm going to mention instead Jerry Nadler. And they're fighting for a big piece of cheesecake, big fat piece of cheesecake. Who the hell wrote that line? But it is true. And then you have a congresswoman, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC plus 3. That's her 3 friends, right? AOC plus 3, and I watched her give that answer when she was over in Europe. It was not a good answer. If I ever gave that answer, I would be out of politics. Remember, you cannot have a 19-second wait time to answer really a very quite simple question. But we'll then have a rematch against an extreme, simple question on a foreign policy from Munich Security Conference. It was a big security conference, and this was our first time up in terms of that. And we had a sort of little preview, and then Anderson Cooper was going to fight Lawrence O'Donnell. I'm not a fan of Lawrence O'Donnell. I like Anderson actually.
It's crazy to think that there's MAGA cult members out there with like Trump tattoos that believe the fecal matter that comes out of this guy's mouth.
He's covered me well for many years, and he went bad as soon as I went for politics. But for years, he loved interviewing. I did so many interviews with him, and he was great. But, you know, he's got a little different persuasion than me in many ways, actually. And Lawrence O'Donnell, never liked him, never thought he had any talent. But he's still making a living, so I can't knock it. But we had a contest for who had the lowest ratings and the lowest IQ on television. And that was actually Don Lemon, I think. You know, when I said that he's the dumbest man on television, I said, you know, when you say some things, you never make a comeback. It's not like, oh, gee, hey, Don, let's have dinner some night.
What's up, Bobby? Why are you trying to be a pedo protector, man? Hey, wake up and smell the coffee. Jump off that MAGA ship, dude. It's over. MAGA movement's dead. Haven't you heard? It's a blue wave tsunami. Get your surfboard, pal.
But I know what I'm saying. And then you have Bette Midler and Jane Fonda actually held a concert to protest the first UFC fight. They didn't want to see the fight. Very few people want. They held an event. Like 3 people showed up. And given the choice between seeing some of the really beat up faces of the UFC, almost everyone chose the people in the UFC. It was between the 2 of them of the UFC. And what about Bruce Springsteen? What the hell happened to that guy? He looks like hell. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not supposed to say. I'm sure he doesn't like the way I look, but I don't look so bad. But in a recent contest, Bruce, all he did was talk politics. He ought to run for office. That'd be interesting. But all he talked about, he made 4 political speeches in his 3-hour show. The tour has been renamed Bored in the USA. And his new song was so bad that Chris Christie, who's like a fan, you know, he goes out and tells everybody how he hates Chris Christie. Keep that guy out of my... And I see Chris Christie there again, high-fiving Bruce Springsteen in the aisle. And Bruce Springsteen saw him and didn't even lift his hand up. And I just want, because I used to be friendly with Chris. Chris, when somebody doesn't like you, write them off. Forget it. You got billions of people in the world. You don't have to make a jerk out of yourself. But usually a comedian hosts this dinner. And I think we sort of changed it. Tonight we're going to have somebody who I think is really spectacular. But I've watched comedians get up to the dinner because I have been here actually quite a few times. People don't realize. And there's one time in particular when Barack Hussein Obama hosted it. Do you know who that is? And he hit me hard. But actually he hit me with respect. I was sitting with Melania at a table. And you had Brooklyn Decker, supermodel, at a table right next to her. And I really always will like her. She's married to a great tennis player, Andy. And she was at the table, not at the table. And
hey, what's up? What's up, Thomas Jordan? Says my Republican friends don't support him anymore either. Absolutely, man. That's what we're here for, you know. We're here to reform the maggots, you know, because believe it or not, we actually have a heart, a brain, and a soul. So, you know, we got empathy, something unlike Charlie Kirk was trying to teach out there. So we're trying to save all these maggots. They're just so into the cult that they're suffering from Stockholm syndrome. But if Patty Hearst was saved, we can save the maggots. But if we don't save the maggots, you know, there's plenty of them that'll get reformed along the way. But regardless, we're not here for the maggots. We're here to, you know, build a community of people that never have and never will drink the Kool-Aid. And also the people that have denounced Donald Trump as their Lord and Savior. So hope you guys are all having a good Friday night. And thank you for everyone that's sharing your opinions, comments, criticisms, concerns, insights, information, whatever it may be. Because we all want to be heard and we all want to hear what you got to say. So hope you guys are all having a safe, cool Friday night out there. It's all friendly banter over here. It's all shits and giggles until someone giggles and shits. And typically it's the maggots with their explosive Donald Trump infused diarrhea.
Watch this clip thousands of times. They keep playing it because they think that was the evening I decided to run for president. It was not. In fact, I loved the evening. I looked at my wife. I said, can you believe it? All these people, that's all they're doing is talking about me. I love this dinner. It's true. And Obama was nice. It's amazing how things work out. He actually showed a picture of the White House with a big Trump on top. Like I put a sign. And I'm sort of doing that when you think about it, right? I mean, it wasn't really wrong. But no, he was respectful. He was good, but it had nothing to do. It had nothing to do. I just decided that I wanted to make America great again. This had nothing to do with that dinner. I've gotten so many calls, and for years they've been saying, was that the moment you decided to run? Really, no. I left that night, and the press was there. A lot of the same people that I see, they said, did you have a good time? Unbelievable. And some thought I didn't have, but I did have.
Yeah, Bobby's over there, one of those maggots that's all got their panties in a twist that resorts to violence. Hey, take a chill pill, Bobby. Eat an edible. Maybe delete the Fox News app off your phone.
Yeah.
And the Tooth Social. Because the maggots can't handle the tooth.
I always remember, though, Brooklyn. She was so angry. She was much angrier than me. She was angry. She thought they were mocking me. And they really weren't. It was just one of those things. And I had a great time. But I left, and I sort of thought, I was there 3 or 4 times before that. But I sort of thought, wow, that dinner is really something special. And then I ran. I got elected. I thought the press treated me very, very unfairly. And I don't know. I think I made the right decision because you hate to go where maybe you're not wanted, but they did want me. They wanted me for ratings, and they wanted me for other reasons, but not for love. And I said, I'm not going to go. First time that ever happened, I think. Was that the first time? Just about. Presidents always can. And I didn't go for 4 years because I got treated terribly by the press. In my opinion, unfairly. I know unfairly because I know the facts, but I got treated unfairly. I didn't go. And this year I was called by your president and your chairman and all of the people, and they said, we'd like to do it. And I said, you know what? With time goes by, time passes, and you sort of look at life a little bit differently. I said, let's do it. And I didn't know it was going to turn out the way it did. It turned out to be the biggest event in the history of today. That was by far the biggest, right? For all the wrong reasons. But as I said before, a lot was learned from that evening. So much having to do with so many different things, including security. But it's an honor to do it. This is my first. I've been to it numerous times, but as president, I haven't been here. And I'm glad. And they said, would you do it next year? I said, I will be back next year. Now, if you get really, really nasty, maybe not. I don't know. But we're going to be back next year. And would treat me very bad. But this year, the association decided not to have a comedian, so they considered using Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon. These guys said, they're terrible. They're terrible. Stephen Colbert. These are people without talent. They get a lot. They have talent. You know who has talent? Their agents getting them the money they get. They have no talent. But they are not comedians. They're not funny people. They're angry people. They're sick people. But the association really put on a big show, and they have somebody very special. I look forward to seeing him. And so they thought about going with a professional clown for entertainment, but Adam Shifty Schiff was not available. He's known. I called him. I hate some people. I shouldn't say this. I'm not supposed to hate. I'm supposed to love everybody. But he's a terrible person. He's a liar. And I called him Watermelon Head because he has the largest head I've ever seen with the smallest neck, pencil neck. How does that big, fat, ugly head stand on a little pencil neck? And then I'm told.
I wonder the same thing about Stephen Pimplehead Miller. Whenever I see Stephen Miller's dome, It makes me think cue ball corner pocket. Hey, when Stephen Miller was born, the doctor circumcised the wrong head.
Even Rosie O'Donnell reached out from Ireland. She really wanted to be here in order to honor me. She loves me very much, and she was desperate to come back to the United States and pay her respect to Donald J. Trump. But that didn't work out, unfortunately, because nobody wanted her to come back. But she's one of the greatest sufferers of Trump derangement syndrome. She's a sick young woman, sick older woman, I guess now I have to say. So instead, we're honored to have, for entertainment, the very talented mentalist, Oz Perlman. And everything to everybody, they said, are you going to stay? I said, yeah, I'll stay. I mean, I think I'll stay. What the hell else am I going to do? I've got Iran, I've got this, I've got that, which is all going extremely well. Don't believe the fake news. You know, it's the only thing we were talking before, I said, so we've hit Iran very hard. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. 250 jets, no longer. 159 boats, good boats. In fact, I said, why the hell didn't we keep them? We could have used them. But 159 boats, all at the bottom of the sea. They have no radar. They have very few drones left, despite what you see. And every once in a while, they're going to set some things up, but they don't have much left. And by the way, they are talking to them.
Hey, you guys remember when Donald Trump said he doesn't care about Americans' financial situations, question mark?
Yeah, they'd love to make a deal. I don't think they're ready to. I don't think it's time yet, but I'm willing to listen. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon. We don't want to see Washington, D.C. or any of our cities or Israel or, frankly, the Middle East destroyed with a
What up, Aloha Kitty? Good to see you. Happy Friday night.
Weapon, because I know the power of nuclear weapons. I see it. I get to see it. We're not going to let that happen. So this is all about we will not let them have a nuclear weapon.
Just more fear mongering over here. That's what the Bushes all did with their nuclear weapon garbage. It's like, yo, if Iran really wanted like death to America, they would have closed the Hormuz Strait a long time ago. The way I see it, it's this orange turd that's the terrorist.
And they would use it if they had it. But Oz, I do have one question about what happened that time because he was there. How the hell did you not see that coming? He sees everything. He's telling me about your grandmother and your this. Why the hell didn't you? We got to ask him that question when he gets up here. Why didn't he see that coming? But of course, this evening, it's really all about the fake news media and your handling of prizes, writing and producing and performing made-up stories like the Academy Awards. You know, Academy Awards used to be the epitome of ratings. Outside of the Super Bowl, it got the second most ratings. Now it's down in the dumps.
Hey, what's up, Tina? Yeah, you thank you for your comment. Yup, exactly. All he does is just talk about the same old nonsense.
Nobody wants to watch it anymore because they took on Trump. They hit me all night long. They hit me. The winner is so-and-so. I want to talk about Donald Trump. I hate this man. Nobody wants to hear this stuff. Right, Peter? Nobody wants to. You ever see the ratings? They used to have 48 million people. Now they have 2 people watching. But they'll learn their lesson. But I want to personally congratulate CNN's Caitlin Collins on receiving her award. It was all about me. It's a fake. She shouldn't get the award. It was a fake, but I didn't mind. I said, Caitlin, congratulations. But it was fake. There's no question about it. But she's a young, attractive woman. She never smiles. I said, Caitlin, do you ever smile? Smile. You have a nice position. You're at CNN Fake News. You should be a happy person. Just
God damn, Don, this orange turd is such a piece of crap right here.
Caitlin, just we attack, and I thought Caitlin had really made it big with a major new sponsorship, but then I informed her that it wasn't her on the Bud Light can, it was Dylan Mulvaney. And Dylan Mulvaney cost Bud Light $35 billion in market cap. That was the worst commercial ever made, by the way, for those few people that want to hear that. Most people don't care, but I would. I wouldn't want to hire Dylan anytime soon. Think of it, they hired Dylan Mulvaney, and their market cap has gone down by $35 billion. Who wrote that commercial? And then you have writer Josh Dorsey. He also received, he's been killing me for years. No, he's been, and yet tonight he shakes my hand, he hugs me, everything nice. He kills me. Josh is amazing. He writes more stories than any human being. There's nobody that writes more than Josh. He'll write 4 stories about me a day, all different subjects. I mean, I had the other day 3 stories and one on but he was upset about this. 1 was on page 7, 3 were on page 1. They were all written by Josh. But he's hit the big time, and he's a workhorse, and yet he's almost unhireable. You know, he's just one of these guys. Wall Street Journal's lucky to have him. But you really, it's unbelievable. He's almost unhireable. CNN is also here, and I'm very disappointed they didn't bring Fake Tapper because he's had a rough couple of years, Fake has. You know, he calls me up every once in a while. If I pick it up, pick up my phone. I used to go to this.
Marjorie Taylor Greene just did an interview with somebody from MAGA country, and they say there's no more Donald Trump signs in sight. They're all taken down. Nobody supports this orange turd anymore.
I say, any calls from the press? No, sir. I said, oh, now I'm the president of the United States, right? I'd say to Stephen Chung, is Stephen here someplace? Where's Stephen? He's one of the toughest human beings I've ever met. Don't ever wrestle Stephen, you'll be in big trouble. But I say, Stephen, let me ask you, did the press call? No, sir. You know, when I was a developer, I get a call every half an hour. For whatever reason, I always got disproportionate press. So I said, Stephen, nobody called? No, sir. And 2 hours later, I say, hi, Steve, how we doing? Everything good? Anybody call? No, sir, no press calls. I said, I'm president. Nope, they never call. So this went on for about a week. I'd say, Caroline, did the press call? No, sir, no calls. They said, nothing. That's over a week. I haven't received a call. So I said, you know what I'll do? I'm going to give the press my phone number. That was the stupidest thing I ever did. I'm getting a call every 3.7 minutes. Stephen, I don't know where the hell you've been, but the press calls, I'm getting calls, ring, ring. I was with somebody today. They said, I've never heard a phone ring as much as press. Now, I look at the thing and usually just delete, delete, delete. Every once in a while, it'll be one of the people in this room that I like, and I'll pick it up. Like this one right here calls me on occasion, right? She'll call me and says, hello, sir. How are you? We want to talk about some horrible subject, like a horrible, depressing subject. I say, Jackie, I don't want to talk about congratulations, however, on your new marriage. But I don't want to talk about it. But it's true. And people call me now. And so for weeks I go, no calls. And I learned then that both of them, they feel that I'm doing a great job. And they feel I'm above it all. And that no person, hundreds of people call, no person is good enough to talk to Trump. And so we don't even bother telling you. That's not the way it works, Caroline. You have... Looks like
Donald... The orange turd got his neck gyno waxed for this special occasion.
You know, because sometimes I do like to speak to the press, but now I have the best system I've ever had. It rings, and just so you understand, you're much better at putting your name. Because if there's no name, I just can't do that. You know, I pick up every once in a while. Hello, I'm from Reno, Nevada. We're a startup paper. We're calling it the Reno Express. I said, do you believe I'm the president of the United States? Mr. President, could I have your views on Iran? And I just hang up. No, I get the craziest calls. I mean, some of them, my wife said, I can't believe you do this. This is a hell of a way to live. But sometimes they get calls from very important. Sometimes I can straighten out stories that are going to be fake, and I can make them from a fake story to a good story. I always find that when you don't speak to the press, you always get a bad story. When you do speak to the press, you have a shot at getting a good story. Oh, look. Look, if I were a reporter, and let's say I'm a big reporter, I work for the failing New York Times, or I work for one. Well, I don't know, do they ever come to these things? Didn't they cancel out a long time ago? Big mistake. They should be here. But I get a call. I've always found that, you know, speaking to them, you just do better. You do better when you can, when you have the time. You speak to the reporter, They treat the reporter with respect. Sometimes now there are reporters where it doesn't matter. You can be so nice to them, it doesn't matter. You get treated unfairly. But you have a lot of great reporters where when you speak to them, you can get your point across, and that's a good thing. But some people say that Jake Tapper is a great investigative reporter in D.C., and that's why after moderating our debate, it only took him 1 year to break the story that Joe Biden might possibly have suffered from cognitive decline. It took him 1 year. He wrote a book about how great he was mentally, not too good. And I don't like Biden because Biden was very unfair to a lot of people. But Jill Biden insists that Joe would have beaten me in 2024, even though he was way down. She said he was way behind in the polls because he was seriously ahead. She felt he was going to win because he was seriously ahead on deceased voters. He was leading in the deceased crowd, and there were a lot of them. You're finding out there's a lot of them. Look at the numbers that just came out yesterday. And it's traditional that at least one or two potential presidential hopefuls attend the correspondence dinner, but many of them seem to have really chickened out. I was disappointed that Gavin Newsom didn't show up. He didn't show up. He should be here. But I heard that he recently said that we will lose our country if we don't fight fire with fire. And to be fair, there's only one thing we know about Gavin, and that's that he definitely doesn't want to fight fire with water. He's got a lot of water he never uses. What a disaster. That should have never happened. But Gavin Newsom recently did a career-threatening, one of the worst interviews I've ever seen, where he said that he can't read a speech. He's incapable of reading a speech. He's a low IQ person. He's smarter, however, than all of the people in the room, and then he gets sued for being a racist, okay, when he said that. But he basically said he has various mental incapacities. He has difficulty in various other ailments mentally. And I'm looking at him saying, this is the worst interview. I'm watching this interview. I said, this is the worst interview I've ever seen given by a professional politician. I've been watching politicians for a long time, mostly on the previous side, because I haven't been doing this too long. How am I doing? Not bad for the number of minutes spent. Not bad, but with Gavin. So he said that all these things, and I said, anybody running against him, all they have to do is take that one interview and you can't lose. I actually put out a statement that Gavin Newsom has come out and said he will not be running for president because nobody can say what he said about himself and survive. Newsom was in big trouble when he openly admitted that Kamala was smarter than him. She said, Kamala is smarter. If Kamala is smarter than someone, you don't want that person to be president of the United States of America. Between California's policies of enabling wildfires, paying drug addicts to be homeless, giving free sex changes to illegals, and telling rich people they're going to take away, all of your money is going to be taken away. People are fleeing, and they're fleeing in droves. We can't have that in this country. It's becoming such a horrible and dangerous location that Ilhan Omar, one of my favorites, and her brother are thinking about moving together, very much in love. A video has surfaced recently of Ilhan giving a speech referring to World War II as World War XI. And they asked her about that. She thought she got it right. But I'm not surprised because she's a low IQ person. And she's also a very dishonest person and sure to get the hell out of our country. She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't be in our country. She also calls her brother husband number one. Omar is reportedly being investigated for fraud. She revised her net worth. I was shocked to see that she was worth much more than $30 million. And then when the press got on her, she revised it slightly downward to less than 18,000. So she went from much more than 30 million to 18,000. And I know Democrats, and the word Democrat is something that's come into fashion. I changed the E with a U, and most people don't know that dumb is a B, so we don't have to worry about that. It's very quiet. I thought it was quite good, but I haven't gotten much credit for that. Fake news, good. Pocahontas, good. I won't say Lion Ted because he's on my side. I don't talk about past conquests, but we have a lot of them. I won't talk about it. They got a whole table full of Republicans and they said, no, don't mention my frickin' name, will you please? But we've had a lot of good names. But the Democrats are there to destroy wealth. Honestly, they've gone absolutely crazy. Gavin Newsom's not only a man who really wants to run for president, he's doing a bad job running a state. You can't have somebody like a J.B. Pritzker, who I understand is not president, sadly, but, some people say, never use the fat word. And I don't. I would never call anybody fat. I have my own problems, It's not like I'm perfect. Sir, in the back, don't call him a fat pig, okay? I'm sticking up for him. Don't call him you. You can't do that, sir. You can't call J.B. Pritzker a fat pig. Please. All right? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everyone's trying to figure out who is that guy, does he exist? But the nice part is when you do that, the press can't get you because I'm defending a man.
Hey, what's up? What's up, D-Boy 420? He's just talking a bunch of mumbo jumbo as usual.
Who?
Bunch of nonsense and gibberish. Look, he's doing the accordion hands.
He has a problem. Actually, he's lost a lot of weight. I saw him recently. He lost quite a bit of weight. I don't know what the hell. He's got no chance, believe me. Anything he does, the family throw him out of the business. A number of other potential Democrat contenders sadly refused to show up tonight. We invited Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren. She's referred to Pocahontas because, in fact, I had to apologize. People came up. They said, we want you to apologize to Elizabeth Warren for calling her Pocahontas. And I ended up apologizing to the real Pocahontas. But Elizabeth Warren was supposedly of Indian heritage. And then she took the test and she only had 1,024th Native American. And I said, you know what?
Yeah, Elizabeth Warren is more patriotic than this Dodge drafting clown will ever be.
I am more of an Indian than she is. So this is what we have to deal with. But Senator Warren did not accept our invitation to debate. I wanted to debate her on various and sundry things, and she decided not to do it. And I decided to bury the hatchet. It doesn't matter. And I'm not going to say this next one. You want to hear this one? How bad? She wasn't high up on her totem pole. Who the hell wrote that? She's bad news. I wanted to make sure that Jack Smith, deranged Jack Smith, remember he went after me for about 2 years. How did he do? Not too good. I'm in the White House and he's not doing much well. I was going to say he's in a different kind of a house, but he's a deranged human being. He's a bad prosecutor. Prosecutors are very important. A great prosecutor, a fair prosecutor, but that's the great prosecutors, the ones that are fair. They're very important to a country, but this guy was a deranged lunatic. Saw his invitation tonight. He was invited because, but I put it in a private text to Chuck Grassley. And Chuck saw them and he did a certain thing. And then one man that we had who should be here, he turned Palestinian. This was...
Damn, Chuck Grassley, so old, he used to get his text messages via like I don't know, via like a pigeon from like Western Union in the 1800s.
Man who was 100% for Israel. 100%. Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he cried at the airport over illegal immigrants. They were the fakest tears. There were people throwing water in his face. But now he's a proud, very proud Palestinian. In fact, I'm going to send him a beautiful Palestinian outfit tomorrow so he can greet Bibi Netanyahu when he comes to town next week, along with the mayor, who I'm sure would love to meet Bibi. They're not treating Bibi too well, but Chuck wanted to join us tonight, but he didn't want to be violating many parts of the Palestinian rules, regulations, and certainly he didn't want to violate Sharia law, his new founding. And all joking aside, I do think we need term limits in Congress. I think term limits are very important because I see what's happening. The other day, a senator I knew got a text, a great guy, from his wife. And she said, when you get home, I want to have you immediately come up the stairs and make love to me. And he said, I can't do both. You know what, in other words, can't go up the stairs and make love. Does anybody get that? Well, I thought that was actually great. That was actually the only thing I thought was good in this whole freaking stupid speech that they wrote. That was the only good one, and that went down with not exactly great laughter. I think, in other words, you can't go up the stairs and make love to them. So we're looking for term limits. Does anybody understand this now? But I really do wonder whether the Democrats are trying to lose the midterms. In Maine, they nominated a guy with a Nazi tattoo. But don't worry, Democrats. Word is that Plattner's replacement, he throws bottles at women. This guy throws bottles. This guy's another lunatic, by the way. Although I think Plattner might have done surprisingly well, because we're in the age of Trump. Call it what you want. People can do well today. Plattner, I don't know. But, people don't have the guts to stick it out, but it looked like he was guilty of a lot of stuff. He certainly didn't defend himself very well. In Texas, the Democrats are running a candidate named James Telefrico, who hates guns, hates oil, hates sex, hates women, and who said he is, quote, a Christian who hates Christianity. Other than that, I think his platform is quite good. And that means that he's not going to do very well against Ken Paxton, who hopefully in Texas is going to win.
Yeah, right. Dream on, Orange Turd. Tallarico's taking Texas over, pal.
But Telefrico, he's Alfred. You know what it looks like to me? Alfred E. Newman. Do you remember Alfred E. Newman, Mad Magazine? He said, that guy is Alfred E. Newman. Can't imagine he'd win. Well, I have all of the press here in one place. I have to say that we're having an amazing load of accomplishments that the media never talks about. For example, under my administration, a once feared and powerful regime that relentlessly attacked America has finally been toppled. Their former leaders have been removed, and they're now being run by a gay dictator facing internal divisions. But I, for one, wish Barry Weiss all the best at CBS News. She's a wonderful woman. Most of the press lives here in Washington, D.C., and you should be thankful for me for what my administration and I have done to make our nation's capital, which was one of the most dangerous and unsafe cities anywhere in the world, one of the safest cities in the United States. Crime is down 88%, and our capital is shining again with 62 monuments, statues, water fountains looking more beautiful. The graffiti's all gone. The tents are all moved out of the parks. The fences are all done. Our capital looks like it's really in good shape. And people coming here, people in the White House, they work in the White House, they all say, young women, young guys walk up. They say, thank you, sir. 2 years ago, we lived in a dangerous city. We lived in a city where 150 people were killed a year. And now we have almost a crime-free city. Our National Guard has done an incredible job, and we've removed over 5,000 career criminals. There's one stat, I think it's a great stat. It's to me, it's fantastic. 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. That's something you can fix, and we fix it. We moved out over 5,000 career criminals out of Washington, D.C., and we have the greatest capital in the world. Again, it's beautiful, it's thriving, the restaurants are thriving. You couldn't get into a restaurant because they didn't have, all the restaurants were closing. And if you even got in, you felt unsafe. People were getting into Ubers and they were being attacked when they were in an Uber. Not happening anymore. We have tough, smart people, and they have done a fantastic job. Washington, D.C. is safe again. You can't get into a restaurant. The restaurants are opening up. They're opening up all over the city. They can't get, it's the exact opposite. They can't get space. But mostly I've given up on you and the media, so that now I just gave up on you and I'm number one on TikTok. Did you see that I'm number one, Stephen? Is that true? I'm number one on TikTok. So how can they be so bad? 525, think of this, 425 billion views. Can you believe that, Peter? I mean, let's go, Peter. I gave up on you people. I gave up on traditional press. And it obviously worked because we did win in a landslide. I mean, somebody's got to be saying something good about me. But TikTok, good old TikTok, and I was able to get it sold to a group of very wealthy people, mostly Americans. I was told President Xi, who's a man that I get along with very well, he was a hard no for the sale of TikTok. They all said he's a hard no. I said, well, let's put your group together. They put it together, billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. I called up President Xi. I said, President, these are American people. They're wonderful people. In fact, one of them happens to own CBS, actually. I mentioned his name. I said, these are wonderful people. And it'll be a good thing. Doesn't mean anything, President. It's nothing. It's nothing. They love your country. We'd love to see you approve the deal. And he goes, all right. That was it. It was done. And we sold TikTok. And he's a friend of mine. And he's not contributing to problems like other people contribute to problems. So we get along. But we made the deal. But number one on TikTok is Trump, and that's probably why we won. But for all of the trouble that you give me a lot of trouble, a lot of heartache. I hope all of you know that I believe in the free press more than anyone in this room does. Maybe not quite. But that's why I'm proud to be the most open and transparent president in history. They call me that. You know who calls me that? Caroline. That's about it. Would anybody else call me that? I think Peter would call me that. Am I the most transparent? Biden never used to answer your questions. He'd ask Biden 20 questions and never get an answer. Who's the most transparent president, Peter? Who? I look at him. It's the first time he's tongue-tied. I cannot believe it. Oh, he's not going to be happy tomorrow. But you people have no idea how lucky you are. When I'm gone, you're all going to be broke. Your business model is going to be finished. No, it's true. When I'm not.
Listen to this moron saying, when I'm gone, you're all going to be broke. It's like, yo, dude, you're here and we're already broke, fool.
You're going to be broke. There's not going to be anybody to report on. Nobody gives a damn about anybody else. The New York Times the other day had 5 stories about me. You know, before I got into politics, in my whole life, I had 7 front page stories. This is years of success. I think 6 were good, 1 was bad. I had 5 stories, 7, 5 good. Yeah, I had a total of 7 stories on the front page of the New York Times. That's not bad. Now I average about 3 or 4 a day. All different topics, all bad, everything bad. But here we are. Here we are. In fact, when I'm finished, I'm going right back to the Oval Office. So I have to be doing okay. But we are all doing good together. That's why tonight, to show just how much I care about the press, and I want to save your ratings, I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run for a 4th term as President of the United States. I will be doing that. I will be having an official, in fact, I think I have, I won 3 times. Now I'm going to do it again. Thank you.
Oh my God.
I'm going to do it. Should be easy. I'm getting very good at running for president.
Man, throw this guy in prison now.
No, I won 3 times, did very well the 2nd time, by the way. It's a rigged election, but we'll have to talk about it. You know, it's interesting when you come back and you do a good job like we did, and you don't care about it so much, but we do have to tighten up these elections because they really are in seriously bad shape. But on a serious note, I want to say once again, I just want to thank you all. It's been an interesting evening. I didn't really know what to expect, and it's far worse than I actually thought, but if you want to know that. But I didn't know exactly what to expect. And I've made a lot of friends tonight. I've made a lot of good friends tonight, probably made some enemies also. But it's been an experience that is something that we've all shared together, because we're all in this room tonight because most of us went through a period of trauma from just a short while ago. And, you know, some people said they wanted to come, but they were afraid to come, and you people weren't afraid to come. There were a lot of people that said, Jackie, they don't really, you know, they didn't have the courage to come. And we don't want that to happen. And I'm sure it's not going to happen. We're going to do things. Again, I want to thank our law enforcement. It keeps us safe. All law enforcement. We have the greatest people on earth. You know, we had 2 years ago, we had the worst record of recruitment in, as an example, the military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. the Coast Guard, Space Force. I love Space Force. Look at all that shooting we're able to do from space. That was my baby. But all of the branches of, you couldn't get people to join. This was 2 years ago. And last week, you probably saw, some of you wrote the story, we have the single best recruiting of people into our armed forces than we have ever had in the history of our country. They are brimming over with great people. And that's a big statement. And that also goes for the police departments where they were having a tremendous problem recruiting. You can't get into a police department now. If you're looking for a job, it's very tough. And that also includes our great fire departments because people forget about them. They're unbelievable, the job they do. So I just want to thank you. Look, we're on the cusp of something big, and I call it, and this, I'm being very serious when I say this, that this is the golden age of America. We have $19.2 trillion being spent in our country. A record was China. I think it was 10 years ago, 3 trillion. Trillion is a lot. 4 years, they went less than 1 trillion under Biden. And we have 19.2 trillion. And this is a period of actually 13 months, not even current, because we're here a little bit longer than that. But that was as of reporting dates. $19.2 trillion is being spent. Factories are coming. Toyota just announced they're going to be building the biggest car plant in the world. They're leaving Mexico. They're coming here. Tariffs did that. And maybe November 5th did that too, the election. But our country is doing things that nobody's ever seen before. And it is true. We were, and you've heard me say this, we were a dead country 2 years ago. Other leaders would see me and they say it's a miracle. President Xi told me that a few weeks ago in China, and he's coming here on September, I think, 24th, coming in September, the end of September. It'll be exciting. But he said the same thing. The King of Saudi Arabia said it. Everyone said almost the same words. We thought you were a dead country. We never thought you had a chance. You were never going to make it back. And in a period of 1 year, you made it the hottest country anywhere in the world. We all did that together. It's not me. We all did it together. And we do. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And we're going to keep it going. And I just want to say, this is a room. I have tremendous respect for the people in this room. Sometimes I don't feel you treat me fair. Maybe you do. I don't know. I don't feel that. But sometimes you treat me very fairly. And I have a lot of respect for your profession. Your profession's amazing. And I just want to thank you for having me. And it's been fun. And I've met a lot of great people. And, I used an expression, and I've used it right from the beginning. I did this for one reason, to make America great again. And that's what's happening right before your very eyes. We have made America great again. It's going to get a lot greater. So thank you all very much. It's an honor to be with you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, MAGA cult members. You know what time it is now, right? That's your cue right there. It's YMCA song. Bust out your Diddy oil. Get in your Speedos. Get out your big poster of Trump and get to dancing. It's Friday night. Friday night MAGA cult member party with the Diddy oil.
Thank you, President Trump. People asked me for several months, how long is he going to speak? And I said, you're White House correspondents. So you should know, and thank you, President Trump. This night is all about the First Amendment. Tonight was on full display. And I just want to congratulate all of our award winners again. My friend Caitlin, who has a beautiful smile, and Josh Dawsey, who is one of the most prolific journalists of our time. That is true. Okay, now we're finally going to end.
All right, I think that's the end of the Trump speech right there. All right, so that's the end of that Trump speech that he did at the correspondence dinner tonight. As usual,
A question people have been asked.
nothing but mumbo jumbo, nonsense, gibberish. Let's go listen to some more nonsense, gibberish, mumbo jumbo from the orange turd. All right, this is from earlier today. This is President Trump makes an announcement on nuclear innovation. Who's the guy standing right behind him? I forget that guy's name. Guy looks inbred though, just like all these MAGA cult members.
Well, thank you very much. This is going to be very interesting because we're going to be talking about nuclear. It's a wave of the future. We have the most brilliant people in the world standing behind me that were big into the world of nuclear, like my uncle was at MIT. My uncle was very big into nuclear for 41 years at MIT. But they've advanced somewhat since those days, I think. I hope. So today we're celebrating a historic milestone for civilian nuclear energy and the incredible renaissance of nuclear power in America. I want to thank Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum, and fantastic, two incredible people, Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratzios, Director of the National Energy Dominance Council, Jared Agent, U.S. Chief Technology Officer Ethan Klein, and Director of Idaho National Laboratory, John Wagner. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. It's a big day. I also want to recognize and congratulate CEO of Antares Nuclear, Jordan Bramble, CEO of Valar Atomics, Isaiah Taylor, CEO of Deployable, not deplorable. Remember Hillary? Deplorable. Hopefully your company's going to work out a little bit. Thanks. Good luck. Deployable Energy, Bobby Gallagher, and CEO of Allo Atomics, Matt Lozak. Thank you all for being with us. Last year I signed 4 historic executive orders to reignite a wave of progress in America's nuclear power production and promote this abundant, affordable, unlimited supply of energy for the American people. As part of this effort, I directed Secretary of Energy Chris Wright to establish a pilot program for advanced reactors and see at least 3 cutting-edge reactors started up safely by the 4th of July. And what we've done has been pretty much of a miracle. Most believe the goal was impossible, but I'm delighted to say that 4 companies succeeded in meeting that deadline for the greatest in the world at this subject. So these are the first new privately funded advanced reactors to turn on the United States in over 4 decades, making sure that these groundbreaking designs were safe to build and test so quickly was a challenge that required a historic partnership between these innovative companies and our administration. We have brilliant nuclear people. We have a lot of brilliant people, but we have brilliant nuclear people on our staff. In the past, it often took 6 years or more to approve a reactor design, if they were ever approved at all. Most of them didn't get approved, and maybe rightfully so. But now America is building again, America is dreaming again, and we're leading the world and pioneering the next generation of nuclear power. There's nobody even close. We've taken a lead over the last 2 years that has been, I hope, insurmountable. We'll see. But let me ask Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratzios, who's been absolutely fantastic in the administration, to say a few words, followed by a few of the people. Let's see, Chris Wright will go, and Jordan Bramble, and Isaiah Taylor, then Bobby Gallagher, and Matt Lozak. And if you could, don't spend too much time. It's a lot of people. But go ahead, and do you want to start it off, Chris, please?
We have Michael Kratzios first.
Sure, go ahead, Michael.
Mr. President, you signed 4 executive orders last year, and you set one of the most ambitious goals in civil nuclear history to essentially have 3 reactors go critical by the 4th of July. This is an accomplishment that many thought would not be possible. The last time that a privately funded new reactor design went critical was in 1974, so it was over 50 years ago. And we were able to achieve that and surpass it by having 4, and these are the great 4 American companies that got done.
Great. Go ahead.
In the last 30 or 40 years, the American nuclear industry has been quiescent. Most of the reactors built around the world have been built by Russia and China, both in their countries and abroad. President Trump said enough of that. America is going to be back as the leader in the nuclear space, in large reactors and in next generation small reactors. He set a bold goal. It's been exceeded. And I'm incredibly proud to be standing here with these fabulous entrepreneurs next to me.
And brilliant science people too, really. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your leadership. It was really your executive orders that catalyzed this nuclear renaissance. When they first came out, people scoffed at them. They said it couldn't be done. Now there's not only 3 companies, but 4 companies here that really meant the moment. Us at Antares, we look forward to being a resilient energy source for Golden Dome, to power high-powered assets in space, and eventually undersea autonomy. So this is a strategic technology for our nation. And what we look forward to doing is putting reactors on our military installations before 2028.
Great job.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, please, go ahead.
And Mr. President, thank you so much for your leadership in this moment. I think that the United States has been a leader in nuclear energy since the very beginning. We were the first ever to turn on an advanced reactor in the world. We were also the first to turn on any type of nuclear reactor in the world. But over the last 30 years, we became more interested in power plant than in power plants. And it's your leadership that is changing that. The executive orders that were signed last year, I think if you look forward in 50 to 100 years when we have nuclear power of every kind that's allowing us to make steel again, to make aluminum again, to actually be able to go to outer space and all the places that humanity wants to go, you could trace it back to the executive orders that started last year. So we're honored to serve our country and be a part of this. And thank you again for your...
Hey, what's up, Emerald? Yeah, I get the same vibes from that guy standing right behind Trump. I forget his name. But yeah, every single person in Trump's cabinet is just an incompetent moron. Like Howard Nuttlick was over there hanging out with Epstein over there on Epstein Island. And that's Donald Trump's pick for Secretary of Commerce. Pretty much they're the Epstein class.
Thank you. Great job. Go ahead.
Actually, the Trumpstein files. Trump's name's in the Epstein file. Epstein's in the Trump files. Trump's name's in his own files over 1 million times.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for setting such an audacious, bold goal. As some of the other CEOs have said, most people thought this was impossible. But the American spirit was unlocked through your vision and through the Department of Energy and Secretary.
Yeah, they're all clowns back there.
The INL and John's team. We couldn't be more proud to be part of this moment. I do think this is going to be historic. I do think people are going to look back and believe this is the tide turned on nuclear and how we unlock cheap and abundant energy.
What the fuck is this guy?
Thank you.
This guy looks inbred as fuck.
Anybody else?
That guy's a
One
weirdo.
more. We cut it close, but we've been critical at 12:20 a.m. on the 4th of July.
Wow.
So thank you again so much for setting these executive orders. Like everyone else said, we would not be here without those executive orders, so thank you so much. And what it's unlocking for us is this year we're going to be raising $1 billion, moving into a 1 billion square foot facility, and our target market is data centers. So we're making the ideal nuclear product to power data centers with bring your own power. That's our whole goal. So thank you once again for unlocking this, and we really...
Nope, you're wrong. Trump begged Epstein to be a part of his first cabinet during his first administration.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You have anything to say?
Sure. No, I'm just saying, this is exactly why you created the Energy Dominance Council, that you wanted to unlock new forms of energy. People ask us all the time about green energy, and I say, if you want to invest in green energy, invest in nuclear. That's the kind of energy that's going to solve the energy demand that's out there, and that's baseload energy that's going to solve our solutions, and that's the energy of the future.
Sure. Thank you.
Well, I would just add, we invented nuclear power in this country. At Idaho National Laboratory, first demonstrated nuclear power in 1951. After that, 52 different reactors were designed and tested there. But it's been, prior to the last couple of months with these gentlemen, it has been more than 50 years since we had a new reactor go critical on our slate. And I have to say that in all my years, I've been around for a while, I've never seen government, private industry, and the laboratories working together this effectively. And it's all driven by the bold goals in your executive orders. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. So, first of all, maybe you have some questions for the people behind me. Please go ahead.
Hi, Mr. President. I want to ask about the Saudi nuclear deal. This man over your shoulder announced it's a big deal after 18 months of negotiating with the Saudis. Seems like it's all done, it's signed, and then you come out and throw some new conditions on top of it. The whole thing blows up. So did he get out ahead of you, or what happened there?
No, nobody got out ahead. I mean, I just say that in order to do it, they have to be a member of the Abraham Accords, which have been very successful. But it's time now that they do it. They and others didn't want to do it because of the problem that they had with Iran. You don't have that problem anymore. You don't have a great power there anymore. You have a problem, but the problem is disappearing day by day. They were the bully of the Middle East. They were not going to be that much of a bully anymore. Probably, I think, instinctively want to be. But you don't have the same problem that you would have had 4 or 5 months ago before they had no navy, no military, no anti-aircraft, no leaders. I mean, their leaders are gone. A lot of things have changed with respect to that country. So, no, we want them to, it's a two-way street, and we think it's very important for the future of the Middle East. The Abraham Accords have been incredibly successful for the countries, as you know, for the countries in them. I think it's very important. So, at some point they'll join and they'll do their civil, that's what I call it, civil nuclear, but that's what it is. No enrichment, it's civil nuclear.
Quick question about Iran. You're talking about blowing up civilian power plants and bridges. Much of the civilized world would consider that a war crime. Do you?
I won't respond to that question. Who are you with?
The New York Times.
I'm going to figure it out. Failing New York Times.
Look at Trump over there pleading the fifth because he knows he's doing war crimes.
Very happy with you, right? With Secretary Marco Rubio, with Secretary Wright, and good ball lovers in Venezuela. I know some used transport there, and they are amazing. I want to give you thank you. I want to ask you one question because
Notice how when the reporter asked him that question, Trump didn't say that it's not a war.
over there, yeah.
He's over there always trying to say it's an excursion, but he knows it's a war because it's an illegal war because he didn't go through Congress.
When will there be elections? Do you have a date in mind? Senator Bernie Moreno said that July 24, 2027 could be a good day in honor of Simon Bolivar. And my second question is the football player who scored Spain's goal in the final at World Cup, Ferran Torres, celebrate the victory wearing a made Spain red again cap. The communists are attacking him because they say that it's a favor view, and also they are attacking Argentinian players because of Milei. What do you think about that? Well, he's a great player, and it was essentially a Make America Great Again cap. So it was a nice tribute, and I think he meant that very nicely, and we appreciate it. We made America great. We're the greatest country in the world now. I will say this, we were a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, this country was in deep trouble. We had borders that were a disaster. We had everything you could possibly have, including men playing in women's sports. Even the Supreme Court's taken care of most of that problem. But we had a country that was in big trouble. It was being laughed at all over the world. We're the hottest country. This is the hottest country anywhere in the world. So I saw him wearing the essentially Make America Great Again hat. And I know that he meant it as a very great compliment, and we appreciate it. As far as the elections in Venezuela, they're not really ready for them yet, but boy, a lot of progress has been made. Delcy's been doing a fantastic job, as you know. The amount of oil coming out of Venezuela right now, even before the big companies, like Exxon, all the big companies are looking at it, they're going there. It's very fertile territory. But the amount of money being made by Venezuela now is more than they've ever made before, and we're taking a lot also for our efforts. And the money is being sent, and the oil is being sent to Houston and Louisiana to be refined, and we paid for the war many times over. It's been an amazing fact, and as you say, I'm very popular in Venezuela because we're bringing tremendous economics back to the country.
They were absolutely dying. They were in such trouble. And now Venezuela is becoming extremely successful. They're taking in billions of dollars, selling millions and millions of barrels of oil. And we're getting some, and they're getting some, and everybody's making a lot. And it was dead before we got there. So it's been an incredible relationship. They're not ready yet for the elections, but at some point they will be. We're going to be standing right on top of them. And say hello. I've known them for a long time. I've known that country, and I owe the Miss Universe pageant, and Miss Venezuela always did very well in that pageant. So I know something about the country, but I've known it for a long time. They're great people. Say hello, okay?
About Iran, what is the exit strategy?
Well, I think there's a lot of them. There's a military exit where we just keep going just the way we are, and we can even make it a heavier dose, and it's knocking out everything they have. Or there's a smarter strategy that you make a deal, and they want to make a deal. I just don't think they're ready yet, but they do want to make a deal. Sometimes they don't want to say they want to make a deal. They want to be the tough guys, but they do want to make a deal. It's two ways. I mean, it's you can just keep doing exactly what we're doing and take them apart piece by piece. We can do it in a more rapid fashion, which we might do, or we can negotiate with them, which we're also doing right now. I mean, as we speak, we're talking to them.
And you said today that Russia and China are not helping. Earlier this week, the War Secretary Peg said that they are enabling. So what is the difference?
Well, I don't know that they're enabling. I mean, I will tell you the President Xi said he will not partake, and President Putin said the same thing. I think I trust them. They've had a long-term relationship. There could be some things to do, but thus far, at least, it has not been major. I don't think they'd want to have me disappointed.
And just a different story about Iran. There's this nasty parasite that is giving people in 9 states explosive diarrhea. When is it going to be safe to eat lettuce again?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it. It's the first time I've been asked that question. Are you eating lettuce recently?
I should always have.
Yeah, Donald Trump doesn't even need lettuce. He already has explosive diarrhea.
Interesting question from you. I didn't think you'd ask that kind of a question. Nobody wants to ask that question, but
Donald Trump's so full of explosive diarrhea, it's coming out of his mouth.
Excited.
There's this food coming in, I guess, from Mexico. It's tainted. It's making a lot of people sick. That is the CDC's term.
Well, I think what we're going to put a major tariff on Mexico because of the lettuce, and we're going to put a big tariff on Canada because of the smoke. All right, we'll get a copy. Which would you have, the lettuce or the smoke? I think I'll take the smoke.
Yeah, the smoke wrecked my daughter's swim meet.
Well, it goes up a lot of countries. I've told Canada they have to do something, but we've never had this problem. All of a sudden, we have this problem with Canada.
Hey, what's up, everyone? What's up, Aloha Kitty? What's up, Long Bong? How are you guys all doing? Hey, what's up, Kulinov? Good to see you. How's it going? Let's see here. Oh yeah, there was a new Iran Lego video that was pretty cool. Marco Rubio got all triggered at the Lego videos.
But we'll have to talk to them about that.
Thank you, sir. Follow up on Iran. Have you made a decision about the major strikes that you are referring to? So we expect to see major strikes.
Look, we're talking to them right now. I think they're getting more and more serious as the days go by. Oh, maybe the obvious reason. But we are talking to them right now. Look, there are two ways. I consider that the smarter way, but the other is probably doing what we're doing. And we can take that to a much higher level if we want to. We're prepared to do that. We're locked and loaded. We're locked and loaded and ready to go, but we're talking to them. So I think while we're talking, we'll see what comes of it. I believe, Jeff, they're very serious. They should be.
And when you say you're talking, is it Mr. Kushner or Mr. Witkoff, or who's involved in those talks?
Sort of everybody. JD and Marco and a lot of people talking. A lot of people to talk to. It's a big deal. But really, when you get right down to it, it's not very complex. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very, very simple actually. But It's a big deal. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they have even a thought of a nuclear weapon, we will just continue to go at much higher levels. But we are talking right now, and we'll see what comes of it. I'm not, despite what everyone says about the election, I'm not in a hurry. We have to do it right. Elections take care of themselves. When when I went into Venezuela, everybody was against it. Oh, what are you doing going into Venezuela? And then 2 days later, they said, wow, that's fantastic. A lot of people are saying that with Iran already, because it would take them 25 years to rebuild already from what they have. And again, as you know, no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft, no radar, no nothing.
Man, this guy's such a piece of crap right here. He's a disgrace to the country. He hasn't even mentioned the fallen soldiers. And he's over there saying all this. It's like, yo, dude, two military personnel just lost their lives recently. You orange turd.
As you know, we just reinstituted the I guess you could go, I call it the iron wall on the water. Nothing gets through. Nothing, blockade, nothing gets through. And they sort of have to make a deal. But we are talking to them. I think they're being serious. I think they are being by far the most serious that we've seen. But that doesn't mean we get there. We'll see what happens. But I always prefer that alternative.
Mr. President, I have an energy question. So Bergen might be able to help with this. So you have criticized windmills for quite a long time. They're very ugly. They tend to use more energy than they actually produce.
Sure.
A lot of people in middle America, they are so tired of seeing them continue to go up on farmland and stuff like that. Is there any way to, is our federal government still funding in any way putting these up?
We have, I can speak for Doug, and then I'm gonna let Doug speak, because he knows the subject. I really do know that subject, but we have not approved anything having to do with windmills. They are horrible. They are unsightly. They ruin housing values of people. If you're looking at a windmill or hearing a windmill because they're noisy, and they kill all the birds, they kill all the eagles. You shoot an eagle, you go to jail for 2 years. If you kill an eagle with a windmill, you don't go to jail, and they have hundreds of them lying on the ground. It's terrible. And they're very expensive. And they're all made in China, but China has very few windmills. They're made in China, but China doesn't use them for the most part. China actually uses coal, oil and gas. They use nuclear, by the way. They're getting very big in nuclear, I want to tell you, this little group. But they don't.
Yeah, Donald Trump doesn't even care about the environment either. This guy's over here destroying the world.
Don't use wind. Wind is inconsistent. It's unattractive. It's very expensive. It's probably the most expensive form of energy. So I've been talking about it. We essentially, unless there's a trick reason, we will have hopefully no wind farms approved. We're doing more than anybody ever in history having to do with energy. But I've restricted wind farms, windmills. Take a look at Palm Springs, California, where they have a wind farm. As you enter beautiful Palm Springs, California, it looks like a junkyard. You have old ones, rotted ones, they're falling down all over the place. They don't want to bury it because they say the fiber that the blades are made out of should not go in the ground because it's going to poison the ground. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it's not going to go in the ground, what do you do with it? Put it up in the air? So, good, I see you're not a fan of windmills.
No, I'm not a fan of
Then you have to be very smart.
passionate about this.
Doug, do you want to speak about that?
No, but I would say, yes, President Trump has wisely understood that wind was unreliable, intermittent, dependent on the weather, only existed particularly offshore because of massive subsidies. So not only was it expensive to generate electricity on the grid, it was also expensive for taxpayers because of subsidies. And so again, President Trump shifting the policy towards energy dominance, which is reliable, affordable, 7x24 energy that's not dependent on the weather. And so that includes nuclear, includes hydro, includes geothermal, includes oil and gas, includes beautiful coal. And again, China, 60% of their electricity is coming from coal. Coal was the #1 electric producer in the world 125 years ago, and it was for the last 125 years in a row, and it will be again this year. 126, quite a streak if you're an athletic team. They've won 126 years in a row. But
So
President,
we were restricted from using it.
Yeah.
Every coal mine was gonna be closed down within the next year if we didn't win the election. And it's, I call it clean, beautiful coal, because it is. What they do today with coal is amazing. But it is the most powerful, and with that, go ahead.
well, as I say, under President Trump's leadership, and then working together as a team across the government with Knightley, Zeldin, Energy Dominance Council, we've kept open 35 gigawatts of coal this last year, and if that 35 gigawatts was not up this past winter during the cold streak and Storm Fern, we would have seen brownouts, blackouts, and literally people dying in America during that cold weather. So again, President Trump's the elections matter. When he came in, he turned the direction back towards reliable, affordable energy. Nuclear is a key part of that with these amazing entrepreneurs. And I just would add to this up here. People need to understand, the four guys that are sitting up here did not get a government grant. This is private sector. President Trump unleashed capital going back in, billions of dollars of capital going back into the nuclear industry. President Trump understands innovation is the source of American greatness. You get rid of the regulation, you support entrepreneurs, the capital flows, America wins.
Mr. Secretary, the starting for this nuclear, dominance, what does that look like for the American people out there? Like, what are those first steps that we can see in these coming months and years?
Well, I should say on one, you can see it right now because when you take a look across the whole world, President Trump's policies, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Alaska, whether it's reinstating export for 18 months ago, we had a ban on LNG exports from our country. Now we're the world's largest exporter of LNG. President Trump's policy was let's sell energy to our friends and allies, keep it affordable at home, so our friends and allies can stop buying from our adversaries. Russia was selling virtually all of the natural gas into Western Europe. 2/3 of that gas has been displaced by America. America has turned those into our customers, supporting our allies. And with Venezuela, as President Trump said, that flowing to our refineries on the South Coast, that's lowering gas prices for America, unleashing Alaska, which the previous administration sanctioned more than Iran. That's gonna again help provide low-cost energy for Americans. So today we have the lowest price, most secure energy of any country in the world. That's going to change the course of this country for decades to come.
Mr. President, wow.
The Justice Department last night withdrew those subpoenas to the New York Times journalists who reported on Air Force One. Do you support these types of subpoenas to journalists, or are you going to encourage the administration?
We're not after journalists, we're after leakers. We're after people that are cowards, people that are unpatriotic, people that are treasonous in many cases. And the way you find them is through the journalists. And the journalists probably know they shouldn't, right? They shouldn't be giving information out like that particular information or others. We had a lot of, look at the Supreme Court where they leaked the opinion of Roe v. Wade early. That person should be found. And the way you find them is to tell the journalist, if it's something having to do with national security, you tell the journalist, who is it? And we have a long way to go with that case.
So you think it's appropriate to subpoena family members of journalists to find out information?
We'll say it again.
There was subpoenas to family members of the journalists too.
I don't know what's appropriate, what's not. We do it legally. Barack Hussein Obama did it all the time. He went after journalists and nobody said anything about it. He went after journalists. They said, who was the leaker? Who was the leaker? And if you don't give us the leaker, you go into jail. You know that. But when Obama does it, it's okay. When I do it, it's not. In many cases, that's the only way you're going to find out who a leaker is, and it has to do with national security. It's amazing. He did it many times, and nobody said anything about it. But when a Republican does it, when in particular Trump does it, everybody makes a big deal. Now, the way you find out is you say to the journalist, if it's national security, I would say, I really put it down to national security, not all in all cases, but when you have somebody doing a national security leak or a leak of great importance, and you have somebody inside the walls of, let's say, the White House leaking, I think that's a national security concern. I think it's absolutely fine. And again, I'm not knocking Obama for doing it. I'm knocking the press for not even wanting to cover it. But Obama did that often. Other presidents have done it also. They go to the journalist or the reporter, they say, National security, who gave you this information? I'm okay with that.
Mr. President, did you authorize First Secretary Wright to sign the Saudi nuclear deal? If not, why did you sign it?
Well, we didn't talk about it, but it was always understood, and Chris knew, and Saudi Arabia knew. And if they didn't join the Abraham Accords, the deal's done. I'm not going to do the deal.
So why did you sign it?
Senator Trump.
Because they understood that in order, subject to Congress and everything else, in order for that deal to go through, they had to sign into the Abraham Accords. And they've had great success. The Abraham Accords have been very successful. But in order to do that, we wanted them in. We think it's very good. We think the Abraham Accords bring peace in the Middle East. And now there's no longer an Iran factor. There's no longer Iran to worry about because they've been reduced in terms of their capability and power by manyfold.
Thank you. Senator John Thune has suggested that if the White House thinks that there are votes to pass the Save America Act, you should be picking up the phone.
Who are you with?
I'm with the Washington Examiner, so. Could you be doing more to help that legislation pass?
Well, I do more. I got 3 congressmen, maybe 4, to settle, to send it to the Senate. We got the vote, as you know, in Congress. I got a call from Mike Johnson, who's fantastic. He's a fantastic speaker, one of the best I've ever seen, and I think he's going to go down as one of the best. He called. He said, we have problems with 3 or 4 people. Could you call them? I called them. Every one of them, after I called them, voted, and we got it passed up to the Senate. And I'd certainly be willing. I mean, he's got 4 or 5 people that are very difficult. A couple of them I put out of office, so I understand how it feels. I mean, they're doing the wrong thing. Look, who cannot approve voter ID? Who cannot approve proof of citizenship? Who cannot approve funding the military when you're winning a war? And what are you supposed to do? Stop fighting? We're winning a war by a lot. We're talking to them right now. They're willing to do things that they would have never done. Other presidents should have done this a long time ago. They say 47, but now it's actually 50 years. We've been saying 47 for 3 years. So it's 50 years. For 50 years, they should have done it. But who wouldn't approve voter ID? And that's photo ID. Who wouldn't approve proof of citizenship? And the Democrats don't want it because they cheat. But no Republican should put us in a position where they don't approve something like that. Yeah, please.
And then earlier today, you reposted Lara Loomer's interview with President Zelensky. What do you make of growing MAGA support for the war in Iran, or war in Ukraine, sorry?
Well, I think they support what I support. We just had a complete win in Arizona. The young gentleman was Harry Enton, I believe his name is. The pollster said Trump's 100% favorable and gets everybody endorses wins, which is pretty much true. Everyone I endorse just about wins. So there seems to be a natural bond between me and MAGA, but I'm the one that created MAGA, and I know what MAGA wants better than anybody else. MAGA knows what MAGA wants. And
that America First shit came from the KKK. There's a bunch of KKK rallies from the 1920s where Donald Trump's dad participated in that have the America First slogan.
They're happy. They want to see this done.
Yeah, Donald Trump's dad got arrested at a KKK riot in 1929. So the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree.
And they're not going to be happy if it's not done. Make America great again. It's all about make America. We started that a long time ago. But the concept of not approving voter ID or not approving proof of citizenship, and I won't even get into the ballot thing because, we'll hold that maybe for another time. I think the two are 97, 98% issues. I think the ballots are 75% issue. But even at 75, they should do the ballots. The ballots are in many ways more important than even the first two. But they're a little more controversial because some people don't want to go and vote. But most great Americans want to go and vote. The corrupt ballot stuff, that you saw that with the recent election in Los Angeles, the mayor's election, where the young guy, I don't know him, I came to the office recently after he lost, and they find all these ballots on him. So now they came down from heaven, hundreds of thousands of ballots. Isn't it wonderful? He had no chance of losing, Spencer Pratt. He had no chance. He was going to be in second place or first place. But I didn't know, I saw it happen, I said, oh, he's not gonna win. He had to beat somebody, he was way up on a person that nobody ever heard of, a young woman who nobody ever heard of. She cried that night that she lost. But all of a sudden, time went by, and the election's long over. And I heard a report that Spencer Pratt's not doing that well. I said, watch, he's gonna lose. And he lost. It's crooked. We have crooked elections in some places. Yeah.
President Trump, today it was announced LeBron James has decided that he wants his next team to be the 76ers. Where do you stand on LeBron versus Michael Jordan as the best ever?
Well, Michael Jordan's a guy that's a friend of mine. Play golf with him. He's a really good guy. And I think LeBron is, maybe he's a racist, but maybe he doesn't like Trump. I don't know. I only like people that like me. So I would say Michael Jordan all the way.
Another sports question. When Tiger Woods.
That's hilarious. Trump called LeBron James racist.
Get arrested, he called you. Now we know that when Bryson DeChambeau was having a dispute with a rules official this week, he wanted to call you. You got involved with a red card for the U.S. men's soccer team. Is there a precedent for somebody with your job becoming a fixer for the world's best athletes?
Well, it's not a fixer, you'd be a judge. Like, I thought the Bryson call was a tough call. I saw him walking around. I see a lot of people that are walking around looking for their ball and weeds, okay? But I've been watching that, so, I thought it was a tough call against him. I thought the red card was a very tough call. And it worked out brilliantly. Look, supposing that they didn't let him play and we lost, everyone would have been angry, right? The way it was that they lost with their best player, now everyone's happy. Including Belgium, of course, they lost the next game, so they're not that happy either. But it worked out great. Johnny did a good job in making that call. All I did, I asked for a review. I thought that call was not a good call.
Mr. President, your administration announced new tariffs today, and you did a post earlier also about a probe against the EU. Are you confident that the new tariffs and any tariffs that may come from this probe will withstand legal scrutiny?
Well, these tariffs have been up for a long time. They've been approved for years, thousands of cases. They've been approved. Of course, with me, it's a little different. I go up, I don't get treated fairly, but I've lived with it. And here we are in the Oval Office. I guess I somehow figured it out. But no, we put the tariffs on, the very standard tariffs. And the other way was easier. I thought the decision by the Supreme Court was not a good one. But we have many forms of tariffs, and all we did is go to B.
Man, this guy's the biggest con artist in history. Talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. This orange turd's the poster child.
Follow the line B. Now, B is something that's been used many, many times for years and very standard. And we've used that, and we're taking in billions of dollars, and because of tariffs, largely, I think the election, November 5th, but largely because of tariffs, we have $19.2 trillion being invested in our country, and without tariffs, we would be in big trouble. Think of it, so the Sleepy Joe Biden administration has less for 4 years. We have $19.2 trillion. For 1 year, there's never been anything like it in history. That's because of tariffs. So the Supreme Court said, please do it a different way. You have other ways to do it, and we did that.
Child labor was one of the things that USTR cited as a reason.
Well, it seems to me that that's what they decided. They go all over the world and they look and they examine and they see. And child labor is one of the things that one of the reasons, and they had a big problem with that. Yeah.
You told Axios that you were considering a quote massive attack on Iran. What is the tipping point for you to make the decision?
Well, I can't tell you that. Right now we're talking to them, so maybe there won't be a tipping point, and maybe there will. We're ready to go. We're locked and loaded. We're ready to go, but we're talking to them, so maybe there will be, maybe there won't be a tipping point.
But at what point with Iran do you think they're going to cry uncle? and come to the, actually come to the table?
Well, maybe they will cry uncle, or maybe they'll just give up, or maybe they'll just go into a cave and hide. They have caves very deep in the ground and they can hide. And so they get shaken up pretty good, but they can hide. But we've taken out their first level of leadership. We've then taken out their second level of leadership. We've taken out some of the third level. And we're negotiating with the rest. And we'll see how it all works. And right now,
Yeah, you bombed a school full of innocent kids, dude.
looking to them seriously, but I've talked to them before, and they don't seem to be able to get there. Maybe now they will, but look, if I thought they were anywhere near getting a nuclear weapon, if I wasn't elected, Israel would, in my opinion, not be around anymore. They would have been hit by a nuclear weapon. And that includes right at the beginning with Barack Hussein Obama's nuclear deal that was so bad with Iran. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. And maybe even more so, the B-2 bombers. Is that plane right there, that beautiful plane, the wing, it carries the largest bombs in the world. If that bomb didn't go over their 17-hour flight, and it hit every one of those bombs, hit their target, and the target was an air shaft at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's hard to believe, right? Going at very tremendous speeds. Every one of them hit and blew it down. If that didn't happen, they would have had a nuclear weapon and there would be no Israel. If I wasn't here, if I wasn't president, there would be no Israel and there probably would be no Middle East. And you saw that when they shockingly started shooting at everybody all over the Middle East. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used that. There might not be a Middle East as we know.
Nah, man. If you weren't president, if Kamala was president, we'd all be enjoying peace on earth, and we'd all be enjoying, lower gas prices, lower grocery bills, our constitutional rights not being violated.
But there definitely, in my opinion, there would not have been an Israel. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, so I guess he pooped his pants and he had to end his press conference. He's got to look at the face he's making. He probably just sharted. All right, let's move on. Enough of the Trump turd. It's Friday night. Let's go check out some real politicians. What up, everyone? Hope you're all having a good Friday night out there. Let's see here. Let's check out Kyle Kulinski.
Face.
All right, this is Kyle Kulinski right here.
All right, y'all.
From Secular Talk. This is titled Emergency. DOJ is sending federal agents to midterm polls.
Story right here, as far as I'm concerned, is a red alert story. This should be a wake-up call. This should be a slap across the face. It doesn't get more clear than this when it comes to the intentions of the Trump regime. So take a look. CBS News, the Department of Justice announces they are sending federal agents to monitor polling sites in 3 Arizona counties for the midterm elections. And they say it's Maricopa County, Apache County, and Pima County. So here's what it says. Justice Department announces monitoring of polling sites in 3 Arizona counties. Today, the Department of Justice is monitoring polling sites in 3 Arizona counties for the state's primary election to ensure transparency, ballot security, and compliance with federal law. The department, through the Civil Rights Division, enforces federal voting rights laws that protect the rights of all eligible citizens to access the ballot. The department regularly deploys its staff to monitor for compliance with federal civil rights laws in elections in communities across the country. The Department of Justice today continues to monitor elections consistently and in a uniform fashion nationwide, ensuring our elections are safe and secure, said Assistant Attorney General Harmeet K. Dillon of the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division. Transparent election processes and election monitoring are critical tools for safeguarding our elections and ensuring public trust in the integrity of our elections. We appreciate Arizona's cooperation in these important procedural safeguards. Ladies and gentlemen, yet another dry run. Yet another dry run for what's coming for the midterms. Yet another dry run for what's coming for 2028. They are preparing. They're all in. There's no doubt about it. So add it to the list, right? So what else have they done? They seized ballots in Georgia. They also in Fulton County, Georgia. They also seized some ballots from Arizona. Okay, Trump did an executive order to try to force the turning over of the voting machines to the feds, force the states to give that stuff to the feds. He tried to demand that they give them their voter rolls.
he tried to ban mail-in voting through executive action and through the SAVE Act, which they haven't been able to pass, but they're trying to pass, okay? They're doing ballot purging and ballot spoiling. There's been threats to send the National Guard or ICE to seize ballots on Election Day. And of course, as part of this plot, Trump has blamed Maduro for stealing the 2020 election, said Iran stole the 2020 election, said China interfered in the election. This is what he said in his speech the other night. This is unprecedented. And again, I want to reiterate, this is a man fundamentally incapable of holding an L. So when he gets delivered a big fat L on election night, do you think he's going to sit there and take it? There's a 0% chance. That's exactly what this is. They're trying to give themselves an insurance policy. This government sending federal agents to polling places for the midterms. They did it here as a dry run for the primary. When they do it for the midterms, what do you think the purpose of those people is going to be? Harvey Dillon is a fucking psychopath, just so you know that. She is. Total Trump sycophant, total conspiracy theorist. They're going to do exactly what you think they're going to do. Their job is going to be voter disenfranchisement. Their job is going to be voter intimidation. They are going to, go out. If you have brown skin and you're going to vote, get ready. You're going to get fucking harassed. That's what's going to happen. This is what's terrifying about this is I don't know how many more ways they could broadcast to you that we're going to interfere, we're going to fuck shit up, we're going to cause a problem, we're going to put our thumb on the scale, we're going to make a big stink. They keep they wouldn't have seized the ballots from Georgia, Fulton County, Georgia. They wouldn't have seized the ballots from Arizona if they weren't all in on this shit. It doesn't matter to him, to Trump, that he lost 60 fucking court cases on this shit at the time. It doesn't matter that there was an Arizona audit and they ended up, not only was the count acceptable and correct because Biden won, but Biden actually won by more than what we thought he won by on Election Day. His vote total went up when they did the recount, when they did the audit of Arizona. So in every way, this thing has been proven to be fraudulent. Trump's claims have been proven to be fraudulent, and they don't care. They're still laying the groundwork for exactly what you think they're going to do. And I'm terrified, bro. I'm terrified of this. And I don't know why more people aren't talking about it when they're sending election monitors. Again, all these things that they're doing now are things they will do during the midterms. It's going to happen during the midterms as well. So when you have election monitors, when you have ICE sent in, when you have the National Guard sent in, Democrats need to be ready. You need Democrats. I think what should have happened is you should have had Katie Hobbs, the Arizona governor, who's a Democrat, should have sent the state police to the ballots to prevent these fucking election monitors from doing anything fucked up. I think the police should have been sent on the side of the people to prevent them from being harassed, to prevent them from being pestered, because we need to be ready too. They're preparing to do all sorts of fucked up shit. We need to be prepared to try to prevent them from fucking shit up. Because again, as soon as you, the chain of custody of the ballots, as soon as that's fucked up, the integrity of the election is cooked. And I absolutely could see Trump seizing certain ballots, right, and then claiming fraud. I mean, that's allegedly what's going on now is the FBI is working overtime to try to find a way to cook up a fraudulent election narrative. I mean, one of the things people have been talking about is the Trump regime talking to Maduro, who they kidnapped and is in solitary confinement 23 hours a day, losing his fucking mind. They're trying to get him to admit, oh yeah, I stole the election in 2020 for Joe Biden. They're trying to make him do that. And to use that as a pretext for, sorry, we got to federalize elections, bro. We got to keep the vote count honest. And by that, I mean we need to steal it for ourselves. This is what this is all pointing to. And so everybody needs to be aware of this. The only thing that could seemingly save us from not having to deal with this fucking further collapse of our democracy is if Trump's health ultimately fails him, which, it's possible that happens, but I don't want to have to rely on that. So, I highly recommend everybody go follow Democracy Docket. They do a great job on this. Mark Elias is an attorney who's fought these guys in court, and he's won. And he gives a lot of updates all the time about these election rigging plots from the right. But this is a big deal, bro. This is a big deal. Sending these federal agents to monitor polling sites. These are the least trustworthy people in the world. The same fucking people. Kash Patel runs the fucking FBI. I don't trust the FBI at all. Look at the fucking psychopaths in ICE. I don't trust them at all. When you say the feds are coming, it's like, Jesus, oh, you mean the worst of the worst? You mean the fascist thugs
Hey, what's up? What's up, Eric Klein? Good to see you.
Incompetent idiots and buffoons. That's the other thing. If we get saved at all in this scenario, it's just because we're dealing with the dumbest people on the planet. That would be why, right? Just because they're so fucking stupid, that would be why. So anyway, there you have it. Don't say you weren't warned. I try to come out here as much as I can on this show, and I try to warn all of you one day after the next. Every little piece of evidence I see that they're laying the groundwork to try to steal the elections, I try to come out here. I try to warn you immediately because I don't see many other people doing that shit, and it's super important. It needs to be done, and we know they're working on all sorts of nefarious shit. People can shove their head in the sand and pretend like they're not doing that, or they can be honest and acknowledge it and prepare for the worst but hope for the best. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like it.
All right, that was Kyle Kulinski from Secular Talk. Let's go check out another Kyle Kulinski video.
All right, y'all, here we.
All right, this one's titled Trump robs $100 million from MAGA to pay his legal bills.
Again, yet another massive MAGA con game that's being run on all the people who love him. Take a look. 2 political action committees affiliated with Trump paid nearly $8 million in legal bills over the first 6 months of this year. In total, Trump's political committees have spent more than $100 million on legal bills since the 2020 election. So understand what's happening here. All of those, hardcore MAGA supporters who donate a shitload of money to Trump and Republican causes, this is what your money's going towards. This is what it's going. You think, I'm giving my money to make America great again, man. No, what it's actually going for is this motherfucker paying his legal bills because he can't go 3.5 minutes without committing a new crime. Okay, charged with 91 crimes, 34-time convicted felon, found liable for tax fraud and insurance fraud and business fraud and sexual assault and all sorts of stuff. And so this is what the money's going towards. All right, here we go. MS Now says Trump's PAC spend millions on legal bills as his personal court battles continue. President Trump's political committees have spent more than $100 million on legal bills since the 2020 election. By the way, let me pause to point out, isn't it bizarre how few people talked about the fact that the president literally had to pay out, $5 million, $6 million to E. Jean Carroll because he raped her? Isn't that crazy? That happened and nobody really talked about it. Can you imagine with Barack Obama who had to pay out $6 million to somebody because he raped them? What would the reaction be across this country? What would it be conservative media? What would it be from politicians? What would it be across this country? I think we all know what it would be. But with Trump, it barely even got fucking mentioned. So what happened was he appealed it all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court threw it out, which meant the lower court ruling was upheld, which meant he had to fucking pay, and he ended up doing it. So E. Jean Carroll got paid. She got paid because she got raped by Trump in a department store, in the 80s and the 90s? And there was this big kerfuffle about it. Remember, Trump sued a journalist for calling it rape? Now, the way that works, by the way, is in New York, I think it's technically considered rape. But in other states, it would be sexual assault. But he literally, against her will, inserted his fingers into her vagina. He, finger banged her against her will. So some states might be considered rape. Some states might be considered sexual assault. But the bottom line is, that's fucking disgusting, and that's criminal. And now we know that he had to pay out for that. And it's a matter of record now, mind you. So, but again, crazy how that's not even talked about. The president is a rapist, not even mentioned, right? Okay, let's continue here. So they say 2 political action committees affiliated with President Donald Trump paid nearly $8 million in legal bills over the first 6 months of this year, paying law firms that have been defending him in personal and political court fights that have trailed him through 18 months of his second term. Save America and Make America Great Again PAC also reported about $5 million still owed to law firms, according to their latest disclosure filings. Since Trump returned to the White House last year, several of his high-profile court battles have slowed down, and so has his political committee's legal spending. But many of the cases have not gone away completely, still costing the president millions in legal bills. This week, $5.6 million in damages and interest paid by Trump was transferred to writer E. Jean Carroll 3 years after a jury found him liable for sexually abusing her in 1996 and later for defaming her on social media. Also this week, a federal judge lambasted Trump's settlement with the IRS as a product of collusive backroom dealings, and Trump is still appealing his conviction on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records to conceal a hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 campaign. According to the latest campaign finance disclosures, the biggest chunk of Trump-affiliated PAC's legal bills in the first half of this year went to Sullivan & Cromwell LLP, a law firm that has represented Trump in his appeal of the hush money case. The firm, which has also reportedly been engaged to handle Trump's ongoing appeal of Carroll's $83.3 million verdict over additional defamation cases has been paid at least $2.3 million by Save America disclosures show. 2 other firms have been involved in the E.G. and Carroll cases. Haba Madeo and Associates LLP and James Otis Law Group were paid $198,500 and $19,800 respectively so far this year, according to the filings. Brito PLLC and Epstein and Co. Oh no. Pick a different lawyer, dog. What the fuck? Which represent Trump in the IRS lawsuit, have been paid $324,000 by Save America and are owed another $180,000. The committee also paid roughly $295,000 to Weber, Crabb, and YMPA. He's using every fucking law firm in the country, which represents Trump in his lawsuit against the Pulitzer Prize winner. Oh my days. Make America Great Again PAC, formerly Trump's 2024 campaign committee, paid $1.5 million to Campbell, Killen, Britton, and Ray, which is defending Trump in the former presidential campaign against a defamation suit brought by Dominion Voting Systems, because he keeps lying about the election. The PAC owes the firm an additional $924,600 it's filing show. MAGA PAC has also been paying hefty sums to firms defending him and his former campaign in various election-related legal battles. This guy is so fucking out of control, dog. MS Now has reached out to Save America PAC and Make America Great Again PAC for comment. For both Save America PAC and Make America Great Again PAC, which raise money primarily from a small dollar online donors, legal expenses have been their single largest cost over the past years. Save America, created after the 2020 election, has been the main vehicle for those bills, paying more than $100 million in legal fees since. And remember what else these PACs do. There's been a lot of exposés on this. I'm sure you've...
Hey, what up? What up, Survive? Hey, hope you're having a good Friday night. What up, everyone? What up, Eric Klein? What's happening, y'all? What up, YouTubeville homies? Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Just checking out some videos. After this Kyle Kulinski video, we'll check out a politician from the Senate floor that happened. See what she has to say. And then we'll check out a hearing, a Senate hearing. There's a bunch of Senate hearings we got to watch that to catch up to that happened within the last 10 days.
Where they use this like very, very immoral, unethical practice of like, they default to clicking recurring payment if you go and you donate to these PACs. And people don't realize it. They think they're doing a one-time payment of $100 or whatever it is. They actually accidentally clicked recurring payment because it's automatically on. And then every month it hits $100, $100. And often what happens with MAGA, you're dealing with a lot of like geriatric, senior citizen, fucking boomer, silent generation, not all that tech savvy. So they donate the money. And there's been examples of people who go flat out bankrupt because they basically got shook down for all their money by this MAGA PAC that keeps, taking out of their account. They're living on fucking Social Security, no money, nothing saved, barely getting by, and MAGA is robbing them blind. And what's that money going towards? Fucking lawyers, because this motherfucker can't stop committing crimes. This is insane, dog. This is insane. So this is what, honestly, let's call it what it is, the most successful con man in human history. That's what he is. Trump is the most successful con man in human history. He's been a scam artist from motherfucking day one. And he still was able to con his way into the White House multiple times. Bro, the Trump family can't operate a charity in New York State because they stole from a children's cancer charity. That, strike one, you're out. I don't need to hear anything else about you. You're a massive piece of dookie, dog. That's what that is. So, when you mix that with all the other scams they ran, Trump didn't pay plumbers and electricians and all sorts of people who built his casinos and built his hotels. We're talking like an old school, dirty style criminal, man. That's what that is. And all that stuff, and he still conned his way to the White House. Had a scam university, and he still got his way into the White House. Any one of those things would have taken out anybody else, but not him. Because his people want to be lied to, clearly. Now, what did this remind me of? This reminded me of this. Do you guys remember this story? From 2022. House January 6th panel says Trump raised millions for a non-existent election defense fund. So, 100 million DZACs, robbed from MAGA, and, used for his legal bills. They didn't think it was going towards that. That's what it was going towards. Okay? And listen to this. NPR's Rachel Martin talks to Richard Painter, a George W. Bush White House ethics lawyer, about ex-President Trump's use of lies about the 2020 election outcome to raise $250 million from supporters. $250 million. The House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol says former President Trump knowingly peddled lies about the 2020 election outcome in order to raise millions of dollars from his supporters. The committee says Trump took in $250 million that he promised would go to an official election defense fund, a fund that did not exist. Let me repeat that. He raised $250 million for a fund that did not exist. Instead, the lawmakers say the money went to a political action committee that passed along millions to pro-Trump organizations. They call it the big ripoff. So we have the $100 million he stole from MAGA for his legal bills recently, and we have the original $250 million he stole from supporters, which he said would go to fight the rigged election, and it didn't. Bypass that. He, doled it out to whoever he wanted to dole it out to. I'm sure he took a big chunk himself, because this is who he is. This is what he does. This is just like his fucking crypto scam. He crypto scammed his own supporters, dog. Melania crypto scammed the MAGA supporters. Melania had a crypto coin. She still has a crypto coin. Do you not understand the world historic criminality we're dealing with here? Could you imagine if Barack Obama, a couple days before his inauguration, launched a fucking crypto coin? People would say, are you kidding me? What a sick joke. Trump does it, nobody bats an eyelash. We go, yeah, that's Trump. He does shit like that. Oh, what do you mean? He commits a crime every day, seemingly? Because that's true. He does do that. And he should be in prison. He should be in prison. So, I don't know, man. It is so crazy to see this stuff. It's so crazy to talk about this stuff. But $100 million robbed on top of $250 million robbed from MAGA. And again, they're the ones who got robbed with his crypto coins, too. So, at this point, look, if you're still in MAGA, you are a mark. Like, you want to be taken advantage of. There's no other conclusion. You're being warned up front, not just by me, but by fucking countless people telling you the exact same thing. He's robbing you. He's conning you. He's a scam artist. This is bullshit. It's not going to what you think it's going to. He's not delivering on the promises he said he would deliver on. Over and over, you're told over and over and over and over. If you're still riding for him after all that, like, you have a humiliation kink. You have a humiliation fetish. And you simply like being lied to. You like being taken advantage of. And at that point, I don't know what you want me to tell you. I no longer...
I love this guy right here. He just straight up psychoanalyzed all the maggots. Hey, notice how all the maggots went all silent, but they're lurking in the chat? You know they're listening to Kyle, and they're probably thinking to themselves, like, oh, shit, this guy's right here, you know? Kyle Kalinske over here reforming maggots one day at a time.
For you. If you're given all the information and you still go the wrong way, that seems like a you thing, not a me thing. So, but everybody with a brain, wake up. Run away as fast as you can, because we've never seen a con this big, this severe, honestly, in our history. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
So that was for the maggots in the back. All right, let's go check out Jayapal. All right, this is Senator Jayapal from yesterday. This is titled, "This is an illegal and unconstitutional war. Pramila Jayapal lays into the Trump administration over Iran war."
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge the United States House of Representatives to pass my War Powers Resolution to end President Trump's illegal and unconstitutional war in Iran. Let me be clear. We should not have to be here yet again voting on another War Powers Resolution. For the first time in history, both the House and the Senate passed a War Powers Resolution to rein in this reckless war and reassert our constitutional authority under Article 1, Section 8, to authorize the use of military force. But the president is once again showing his contempt for Congress and for the Constitution, continuing this destructive, deadly, and costly war despite Congress having already passed a War Powers Resolution that has the force of law, declaring that this war must stop. Instead of respecting Congress's Article 1 sole constitutional authorities over war, the president has doubled down on more illegal strikes, escalating the situation in the region and leading to more...
Hey, what up, Al? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Friday night.
...onion strikes that killed 2 United States soldiers as well as an additional service member who was killed during a controlled detonation of a downed Iranian attack drone. Gas prices across the country have gone up again. The memorandum of understanding has turned into a deadly memorandum of misunderstanding, with the Iranian government continuing to utilize leverage over the Strait of Hormuz. This is an illegal and unconstitutional war, waged without authorization from Congress and at the cost, the tremendous cost, of a total of 18 U.S. service members who have lost their lives and hundreds more who have been injured. I give tremendous honor and respect to our service members, those who serve, those who have sacrificed their lives, including Air Force Captain, U.S. Air Force Captain Ariana G. Saviano, who is from my home state of Washington. The cost of this war is incalculable. Not only have we lost 18 U.S. service members, but this war has been waged at the cost of thousands of civilians who have been displaced or killed in the region, and all on the backs of U.S. taxpayers who desperately want this administration to focus on the crisis of their pocketbooks, the basic inability of Americans in the richest country in the world to afford healthcare, gas, groceries, and housing. From the beginning, this war has had no clear mission, no strategy, no end goal. It has been driven over and over again by a president who won his election by telling the American people that he would end forever wars, and instead has launched us into more forever wars to distract the American people from the real issues they are facing at home. As the Secretary of Forever Wars, Pete Hegseth, announced, we have already spent $37.5 billion on this illegal and unconstitutional war. Donald Trump has called affordability a, quote, hoax, stating that we have no money for health care. He has refused to sign a bipartisan bill to help address housing crisis that this country is facing. And today on the House floor, Republicans put bills forward to demand $1.15 trillion for the Pentagon, the only federal agency that has actually failed 8 consecutive audits, and is about to put another $73 billion into this illegal war. What an insult to the tens of millions of Americans that have lost health care and nutrition assistance, all to pay initially for a $4 trillion tax break for giant corporations and billionaires. So again, let's be very clear. The American people are paying the price of this war. Literally, through our tax dollars that Donald Trump refuses to spend to benefit the lives of Americans here at home. Through the lives of our United States service members who ask only that their willingness and their pride in serving be rewarded with our real thoughtfulness of purpose before sending them into war. Through the pain at the gas pump and the grocery store as prices continue to tick up. Through the broken relationships with allies around the world who no longer believe that the United States is a real partner to them. Through the sacrifices of the American people who desperately want this administration and this Congress to focus on making their lives affordable so they can actually thrive rather than barely survive. Regime change, Mr. Speaker, doesn't work. It never has, it never will. In Iraq, more than 4,000 troops were killed, 32,000 were injured. In Afghanistan, 2,400 troops killed, 20,000 injured. These 2 wars alone cost at least $2.4 trillion, and neither led to freedom or peace for the people of Iraq and Afghanistan, and the toll on our own people, lives lost and ruined, PTSD, wasted dollars, is immense. We have got to stop thinking that bombs are the answer. They are not. Let us remember that it was Donald Trump in his first term that pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal. The JCPOA, a landmark agreement negotiated by President Obama that required 2 years of careful negotiations to restrict Iran's ability to enrich and stockpile enriched uranium, and to ensure regular inspections of Iran's nuclear facilities, supply chains, and uranium mines. Had the JCPOA been left in place, we would not be in this situation today. It would have worked to minimize Iran's nuclear threat and strengthen Iranian civil society instead of slapping sanctions on and deepening the brutal regime's hold. I want to thank Ranking Member Meeks for his tremendous leadership on this issue. I want to thank my Democratic and Republican colleagues who are voting for this bill for their clarity of conscience and of constitution. And I want to thank Congressman Crow for his partnership on this War Powers resolution, as well as the bipartisan group of members who have co-sponsored, many of whom have served in uniform for our country and uniquely understand the immense sacrifice and duty of serving in our armed forces. I hope that there are even more on the other side who listen to this debate and are moved to join us in passing this War Powers resolution with even more strength and votes than the last one. Our founders knew that going to war was one of the most solemn decisions that our country would face, and that it had to be debated and authorized only by the elected representatives of the people of the United States Congress, not by a president who ignores his obligation to the Constitution and his obligation to the people of the United States. I urge a yes vote on this War Powers resolution. We must end this war now. I reserve.
Gentleman reserve.
All right, so that was Pramila Jayapal throwing down the hammer, throwing down the facts on Trump's illegal war. All right, let's see what else we got. Let's freestyle the algorithm and see what pops up. If nothing pops up, we'll go check out this hearing. Let's see what else we got here. John Ossoff will speech. What's up with this speech? 7:17. Hey, I don't think I've seen this speech. Let's check this out. Hey, this is John Ossoff, yo.
You can hear me all the way in the back? Good. Anna, thank you so much for that very kind introduction. Please also join me in honoring Vincent Mendez, your Floyd County Democrats chairman. Thank you, Vincent. Please also join me in honoring, I'm going to ask.
All right, so this is a John Ossoff speech that he gave 3 days ago in Rome, Georgia.
Here and join me. Your nominee for the United States House of Representatives, Brigadier General Sean Harris. Come on, Sean. Come on. Thank you. Like this. Give it up for Sean, guys. All right.
Hey, John Ossoff, 2028, future president right here.
So happy to be here with you. I am so grateful for the honor and privilege of representing and serving you, and the honor and privilege of working and fighting alongside you at this critical moment in our republic's history. And we've made history in Georgia in the last few years. It was the night of January 5th, 2021. You remember it. When the state of Georgia, with our complex history, as the heart of the old Confederacy and the cradle of the civil rights movement, stood up and sent to the U.S. Senate in one fell swoop the young Jewish son of an immigrant and a black pastor who holds Dr. King's pulpit at Ebenezer Baptist Church. But it was just hours later the next morning when President Trump's mob violently sacked the United States Capitol and hunted the sitting vice president and the Speaker of the House to try to kill them in order to prevent the peaceful transfer of power between a defeated president and an elected president.
That's fucking crazy.
And I don't know if you saw what happened last night, But the same man whose grievances stirred up that violent mob that sacked the Capitol still cannot let go of his shame and humiliation at having been dealt that defeat by voters here in Georgia and across the country. And so at a moment when his war spirals out of control and prices for American families climb higher and higher, instead of focusing on the nation's needs, as always, he nurses his grievances. As always, he forces the rest of us to help him process his shame. As always, he centers his own fear of the accountability that he will face when we win decisively this fall. That's what we saw.
Yeah, blue wave, let's go.
But what we also saw last night was a clear signal of this president's intent to unconstitutionally wield federal power to attack this election and to undermine voting rights. And he's done it before. There's one man who tried to commit election fraud in the state of Georgia in that 2020 election, and it was Donald Trump when he called up Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. Do you all remember the call? And he demanded that Brad, quote, find him the exact number of votes he needed to win in a state that he had lost. That was fraud. That was an attempt to throw out your votes, to seize the presidency. So we have to expect that once again, he will try to throw out our votes, that once again, he will attack elections and voting rights here in Georgia. But what a mistake he is making. Coming to the cradle and the heart of the civil rights movement to attack voting rights. Our answer will be massive. Our answer will be decisive. We won't just restore checks and balances for the next 2 years. We will rebuke him so decisively that no president will dare try this kind of brazen corruption and abuse again for centuries. Now, it has been a deep honor to work alongside so many of you to serve and deliver for Northwest Georgia. And I want you to know that for far too long, no matter which party has been in power, it's been Metro Atlanta and not smaller cities in rural parts of Georgia that have gotten the love and attention that you deserve. And Raphael and I together have worked to change that. Okay? Together, Senator Warnock and I delivered the funding to get that new mobile mammography unit for Atrium Floyd so women can get breast cancer screenings across Northwest Georgia. Together, Senator Warnock and I delivered the funding to upgrade the emergency room up at Atrium Chattooga. Okay, together, we delivered the funding to help start building that new hospital up in Ringgold, Common Spirit, that's going to finally opening a new hospital in the state of Georgia where we've lost 21 hospitals in 20 years. Together, we passed legislation to attract the investment that's built those new solar factories in Cartersville and Dalton. Together, we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, and this never would have happened if Georgia had not sent us to the Senate, and it has delivered to Northwest Georgia more than $400 million in infrastructure investment, including $55 million for Floyd County alone. That matters. The quality of our infrastructure matters. But we have our work cut out for us moving forward, because despite that progress, what have we seen in the last year? The biggest Medicaid cut in American history. Now just think about this. When you think about Medicaid, half of all births in Georgia are covered by Medicaid. 40% of all children in Georgia are covered by Medicaid. 70% of all Georgia seniors in nursing homes are covered by Medicaid. And Donald Trump and Mike Collins slashed Medicaid for what? To give the very wealthiest Americans in corporate America yet another tax break. You don't get to claim that you're fighting for working families in Georgia when you defund hospitals and nursing homes to cut taxes for the rich. And that's exactly what they've done. It's a corrupt agenda. They didn't just slash Medicaid. They attacked the Affordable Care Act. And as a result, in the last 5 months alone, more than 300,000 Georgians have lost their health insurance altogether. I heard from a woman in her mid-50s who waits tables for a living in the middle of a breast cancer fight who told me she was going to lose her coverage in the middle of chemo. 300,000 have lost their coverage altogether. More than 1 million Georgians have seen their health insurance premiums double or worse because of what Mike Collins and Donald Trump did. In a state where, as I said, we've already lost 21 hospitals in 20 years, where our state's refusal to expand Medicaid has deepened the maternal health crisis and the healthcare crisis across Georgia for so many years. We have our work cut out for us to repeal those Medicaid cuts, to restore those Affordable Care Act benefits, and to ban these insurance companies from denying or delaying you the health care you need when you need it. A word about Mike Collins. See, there's a reason Brian Kemp worked so hard to try to beat Mike Collins in the Republican primary. At least the coach would have been an honorable opponent. Mike Collins is known, even among Georgia Republicans, as a man of low integrity and poor character. Mike Collins is a bigot and an anti-Semite who has no business running for the United States Senate. And by the way, has anyone seen Mike Collins? Where's Mike? Mike's hiding. Mike won't answer questions. Why won't Mike answer questions right now? Because we just learned that his office was briefing Nick Fuentes and prominent white supremacists on his office's efforts on behalf of a Holocaust denier.
Oh, man.
And then,
yeah, screw Mike Collins. Yeah, all these MAGA meat-riding politicians are all getting voted out.
That a neo-Nazi propagandist has been working from and based on Mike Collins' property with Mike Collins' knowledge, and Mike Collins refuses to answer whether he's been paying this neo-Nazi propagandist. Mike Collins needs to come out of hiding and answer those questions because Georgians deserve to know the answers to those questions while he seeks election to the United States Senate. But we're going to defeat Mike Collins decisively this fall. And let me be clear about this. Our coalition goes far beyond political party. This is not just a campaign for Democrats. This is not just a statewide coordinated effort for Democrats. This is a campaign for everybody who longs for sanity and competence and ethics in American government again. This is a campaign for everybody who recognizes the need for new ideas and new politics, who recognizes that the depth of corruption in our political system, corruption that afflicts both political parties, has turned public policy against the interests of working class and middle class people. This is a campaign for people in rural areas and suburban areas and urban areas. This is a campaign for people in every corner of our state. We welcome all to this coalition, a coalition that will win, and the work you're going to do today is essential to that victory. So tell me, Rome, are you ready to work? Are you ready to win? Let's get out there and knock some doors. I love you all so much. Thank you very much.
Hell yeah, John Ossoff rules. Yeah, that speech makes me want to run through a wall right now. Got me all pumped up. Let's go, John Ossoff. Vote blue, y'all. Keep that blue wave tsunami going. All right, that was John Ossoff right there with another powerful speech, unlike that orange turd, Dookie Don. All right, let's go freestyle. Let's keep freestyling the algorithm. If nothing else pops up, we'll go check out a hearing. We'll call this freestyling the algorithm Fridays. The freestyling the algro Friday. All right. Let's see. We got Jesse Dalmore.
There's the ballroom and the military facility. Here's the helipad we're building. We're building a beautiful.
Let's see. The Houthis are back. All right, let's go check out a hearing. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right, let's check out this hearing.
So,
All right, so this hearing happened. All right, let's get to the beginning here.
Jackson.
All right, so this happened 2 days ago. This is titled Top Trump Science Advisor Grilled by Lawmakers in House Science Committee. All right, here we go.
Authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. And I would like to now recognize myself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Good morning and welcome to today's hearing on Unleashing the Golden Age of Science, examining the priorities of fiscal year 2027 research and technology enterprise. And Director Kratsios, welcome back. Glad to have you here. Last time you sat before this committee, we discussed how Congress could build on President Trump's AI action plan, the role of American innovation, and the national security challenges posed by foreign competitors. 6 months later, I'm glad.
Hey, what's up, OHS? Good to see you.
That both the administration and this committee have taken meaningful action. Last year, President Trump asked you to usher in a golden age of American innovation. And this is the standard by which this budget should be judged. A golden age is not measured by how much government spends, but whether taxpayer dollars are being focused on the right priorities and producing results that strengthen America's leadership in science and technology. And today's hearing is about just those priorities. After years in which Washington too often measured success by dollars obligated, rather than by results achieved, this administration has begun to refocus the federal research enterprise on excellence, accountability, and on outcomes. I expect today's discussion will include funding levels, indirect cost policies, uniform guidance, and the president's budget request. Those are important discussions, but funding alone is not a measurement of success. The real question is whether taxpayer dollars are being invested wisely and deliver results for the American people. This budget directs taxpayer dollars towards technologies that will decide the next century: artificial intelligence, quantum, advanced manufacturing, nuclear, and biotechnology, while ensuring that the science this government funds meets the highest scientific standards. The President's executive order on restoring gold standard science reinforces that commitment by requiring federally funded research to be reproducible, transparent, and honest about uncertainties. Agencies will submit their first annual reports under that executive order this September, and this committee will be reading them. Scientific leadership also requires protecting the research that we fund. Congress has strengthened research security on a bipartisan basis, and American taxpayers should never subsidize the transfer of cutting-edge research to our foreign adversaries. America enters this competition from a position of strength. According to Stanford's AI 2026 Index, private investment in American AI companies reached nearly $286 billion last year, more than 23 times China's and more than the rest of the world combined. But we should be clear-eyed about this competition. The Chinese Communist Party has made artificial intelligence a national priority and is spending accordingly. Chinese frontier models now trail America's by only a few points on leading benchmarks, and Beijing continues targeting our universities and our national laboratories to obtain the cutting edge research that we're doing. And that is exactly why this budget matters. The administration has laid out a strategy to preserve American leadership in critical technologies. Executive Order 14409 hardens our systems against AI-enabled cyber attacks by partnering with American industry rather than regulating it into the ground. Turn this page. National Security Presidential Memorandum 11 is helping ensure that our warfighters have access to reliable and trustworthy AI capabilities. And while the Genesis mission is leveraging our national laboratories and supercomputing infrastructure to accelerate scientific discovery, this committee has done its part. Across several markups this Congress, we have reported out the National Quantum Initiative Reauthorization Act, the NOAA Weather Radio Modernization Act, the NASA Reauthorization Act, and Weather Act Reauthorization Act, and other bipartisan measures to strengthen American science and technology enterprise. This last month, we also approved 10 bipartisan AI bills, including my AI Ready Federal Data Guidelines Act, which implements a recommendation in the AI Action Plan to make scientific data AI ready. We also approved the AI Security and Innovation Act, authorizing the Center for AI Standards and Innovation at NIST to bolster AI evaluation capabilities essential to both our national security and to American leadership. Director Kratsios, we look very much forward to hearing about how this budget advances the administration's priorities, strengthens OSTP, NSF, and NIST, and implements these gold standard science qualities and protects the federal research enterprise and ensures that the United States remains the world's leader in science and technology. I very much appreciate you being here today, and I welcome your testimony. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I would like to now recognize the ranking member's opening statement, the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mr. Kratsios. The topic of this hearing is Unleashing the Golden Age of Science. I think that title is stunningly ironic, as this administration has been systematically destroying the U.S. science enterprise, while our allies and adversaries alike look on astonished. So let me propose an alternative title, Unleashing the Golden Age of Science in the People's Republic of China, because this administration's actions have only served to strengthen the hand of China while decimating the U.S. research enterprise. As reported earlier this month by the Association of American Universities, major research universities across the nation accepted 15% fewer applicants to PhD programs for fall 2026 compared to fall 2025. This is on top of decreases recorded in fall 2025 admissions. These decreases were not just in fields disfavored by this administration, they were across the board in STEM fields. Now, international students have long been a linchpin of U.S. leadership in science and technology, so none of us should be celebrating their 17% reduction in PhD admissions at U.S. universities. However, even more shocking, given administration rhetoric, is the fact that PhD admissions for U.S. students also dropped by 13%. So much for America First. We are harming the seed corn for the future of U.S. science and technology. Meanwhile, China is not only doubling down on their scientific investments, they're also actively recruiting researchers away from the United States. Big new initiatives and promises mean nothing when agencies act capriciously, canceling grants midway, delaying awards for months, even after they've been selected through the rigorous merit review process, and blacklisting educational and research institutions. And if anyone has any doubt as to intent, just look at the proposed OMB rule, effectively codifying all of these regrettable practices. Mr. Kratsios, you are the face of the administration's science and technology agenda. You appear to have a direct role in some of these events, but you're accountable for the entirety of it, and I'll focus on just a couple of problematic actions. First, you may claim to be a free market conservative, but the administration acts like a bunch of communists. Actually, communism means that the government owns the means of production. The administration is bullying American companies into handing over equity stakes in exchange for federal funding so that the federal government owns the means of production. It's unprecedented. There's zero transparency to the public or even to Congress on how it's intended to dispose of these shares or what the timeline is, where the profits will go. We're left to our own imagination. Given the widespread corruption of the last 18 months, what I imagine is this administration
Yeah, Donald Trump straight up like just a mafia boss. He's over there just like another grift. He's over there just strong-arming everyone.
disadvantaging American taxpayers for the benefit of the president's allies. Next, I want to focus on the National Science Foundation, the crown jewel of our government's support for discovery science across all fields of science and engineering. The president requested a $3 billion cut to NSF for both FY25 and 26. Congress said heck no and funded the agency close to FY24 levels. Yet the money's not getting out the door. There are now multiple credible reports of the administration so-called taxing up to 30% of funds for each of NSF's research directorates to apparently create some kind of slush fund for administration priorities. I want to be clear, this would be in direct contravention of the funding law that Congress passed in January and would be illegal. Now, Mr. Kretzios, you have a background in venture capital, and I come from Silicon Valley myself. I have a deep appreciation for the ways in which VC has accelerated innovation. But government is not venture capital. There is no Silicon Valley without fundamental research, the kind government funds, the kind that wins Nobel Prizes. It's a dangerous game to play, but one that is already hollowing out our fundamental research base and our talent pipeline. From the targeting of major universities to the suppression of inconvenient federal science to the slandering of diversity in our research enterprise, all of it has helped throw American science into crisis. So, Director, I hope you're prepared to give serious answers to serious questions about these actions and by the administration and under OSPP, specifically under your watch. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Bill Warner yields back. Now let me introduce our witness. Our witness today is the Honorable Michael Kratzios, Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy. And in addition to his current position, Mr. Kratzios served as the Acting Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering and received the Department of Defense Distinguished Public Service Medal, the highest civilian award conferred by the Department of Defense. Congratulations. And with that, I now recognize Mr. Kratzios for 5 minutes to present his testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Babin and Ranking Member Lofgren, for inviting me to speak to you today about the nation's science and technology enterprise and this administration's priorities. In this 250th year of American innovation, we have been given the perfect opportunity to renew the material foundations of America's independence, security, and prosperity. Our economic leadership and technological dominance cannot be taken for granted in a rapidly changing world. The United States no longer stands alone as an industrial and scientific superpower. Unleashing a golden age of American science requires new focus and reforms. 81 years ago, President Franklin Roosevelt's science advisor, Vannevar Bush, published a report entitled Science, the Endless Frontier, which organized America's national scientific enterprise for peacetime following the Second World War. Bush's vision established the federal government's role in supporting basic science and was foundational to the broad-based prosperity of the 20th century. The times and technologies have changed. Our moment calls for renewal of Bush's original intentions to use the best tools, organizational theories, and systems thinking at our disposal to ensure that taxpayer-supported science produces the largest returns possible for the benefit of all Americans. A new report that President Trump published just yesterday, entitled Science, the New Golden Age, I articulate the obstacles American researchers face today and the ways our scientific enterprise has fundamentally transformed since 1945. The report and corresponding memorandum provide policy guidance for federal agencies to cement American scientific leadership for generations to come. I look forward to sharing these bipartisan and nonpartisan recommendations with the committee today and finding opportunities to codify them in Congress. First, the U.S. research system should prioritize individual scientists over legacy institutions. Too much of our research enterprise has come to serve itself rather than the scientists within it. By supporting a broader range of performers, including a new generation of mission-driven research organizations, we expand our scientific horizons. Second, the federal government should reform and refocus how research dollars are allocated, distributed, and assessed. Instead of one-size-fits-all approach, the government can deploy more flexible types of grants, including fast-track grants, long-horizon grants, and new mechanisms that allow reviewers to champion radically unconventional proposals. Third, the federal government should set clear scientific goals and build the industrial muscle to translate scientific discovery into technological strength. Government must mobilize the full force of our enterprise around national challenges, clear the ground for American builders, and reunite the work of discovery and manufacturing across the country. Fourth, the federal government must lead the way in preparing America's research enterprise to fully harness the artificial intelligence revolution. A year ago tomorrow, President Trump published America's AI Action Plan, laying out a blueprint for America's dominance in technology that increasingly defines our era. The main motivation in promoting American AI development is a belief that these tools can rapidly accelerate the progress of our scientific enterprise, and so open new frontiers for American knowledge, industry, and quality of life. The Genesis mission is the crown jewel of American AI for science and already well underway. Just this morning, at a convening of science teams across the federal branch, the executive branch, my office affirmed that the Genesis mission will be the central hub for the entire federal government to revolutionize the conduct of American science with AI. Joining DOE's ongoing efforts are initiatives from NSF, DOW, HHS, NASA, USDA, NIST, DHS, and DOT, mobilizing more than $5 billion in total commitments to producing the premier AI for science ecosystem in the world. More than a whole of government project, we hope the Genesis mission will grow into a whole of nation effort. Driving the partnership of government, academia, and industry, the Genesis mission's grand challenges seek to directly address some of the hardest problems in research priority areas. Moreover, the pursuit of these grand challenges will inspire and test new AI methods and architectures, and so advance the capabilities of American AI itself. Throughout our history, Americans have shown remarkable courage in our willingness to reinvent our institutions when the challenges we faced demanded it. Now it is our time to build a scientific enterprise that will carry America forward and create a new golden age of science for the 21st century and beyond. I thank the chairman and ranking member for hosting today's hearing, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I'll move into the questions, and the chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Director Kratsios, as I mentioned in my opening statement last year, the president charged you with ushering in a golden age of American innovation. And this budget outlines your plan for how NSF, NIST, and OSTP will help achieve that goal. In plain terms, what does this budget deliver for the American people that the last administration's budget did not?
Thank you so that much for that question. I'm very excited to look forward to implementing the budget and also the new Golden Age report that was published just yesterday. We have a real unique and special opportunity today to be able to rethink and reimagine the way that our science ecosystem functions and be able to overcome some of the many challenges we've had over the years. It is true, I believe, that there has been actual scientific and technological stagnation over the past few decades. And that's because our scientific ecosystem has calcified. We've essentially been trying to do the same thing and fund science initiatives in the same way for so many years. And right now, because of AI and so many other opportunities, we have a chance and an opportunity to rethink the way that the government does science, to be able to first and most importantly, back young American scientists. Everything that we do as a science ecosystem driven by the government should focus on scientists themselves. And we have lots of different programs and initiatives that are going to be doing that, but we somehow have lost our way, and those are the most important people in the ecosystem we should support.
Absolutely, thank you. The committee continues to have serious concerns about the integrity and objectivity of the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, or NASEM, and its work on attribution science. Despite repeated oversight requests, NASEM has failed to fully comply with the committee's request for information, prompting a follow-up oversight letter. And as we work toward a golden age of science, maintaining public trust in the nation's scientific institutions is as important as ever. Given the transparency concerns, do you believe Congress should reconsider NASEM's exemption from the Federal Advisory Committee Act so that its advisory committees are subject to the same transparency, balance, and conflict of interest standards as other federal advisory bodies? And will you commit to working with the committee in this process?
I very much look forward to working with the committee generally on this topic. I think it's important that any of our institutions that conduct science or work on science policy are transparent and honest with American people, and I look forward to working with you on this particular issue.
Absolutely. The administration recently proposed accountability measures for federally.
Hey, how's it going, Julian? Friday, good to see you. Happy Friday.
Grants. And the National Science Foundation's merit review process relies on external reviewers, many of whom are from academia.
Damn, so Trump cut the cancer and Alzheimer's research? Oh man, doesn't surprise me. Trump doesn't care about anybody but himself. What an evil human being. Trump's just an evil creature.
Shows the faculty ideology from 1969 to 2022. If you would observe this, under the previous administration, we saw a significant increase in the politicization of science. Big time. Federal grants were used to advance DEI initiatives that violated direct violations of the Civil Rights Act, promote the so-called, quote, environmental justice agenda, and direct taxpayer dollars towards politically aligned organizations. How would the proposed revisions to the uniform guidance help restore accountability to the American people and elected officials instead of deferring to a political ideology or an unelected bureaucracy, as you can see from this chart that has occurred from 1969 to the present?
I think the most important thing that I think about of the era before President Trump was reelected was I truly believe it was a black eye for the larger scientific ecosystem. The fact that so many taxpayer dollars were diverted to projects that clearly did not meet the mark for where we as an ecosystem should be funding. I think it made a lot of people question whether or not the government was doing the right thing and whether it was funding projects that actually push science forward. So I commend President Trump for taking a strong stand on this when we first came into office to make sure that this type of funding stopped. And we returned to gold standard science, ones where we can actually fund the most important scientific endeavors of the nation today. And we have continued to try to promulgate rules to allow that to continue to the future.
Absolutely. You can see that from 69 to the present, we should have a middle of the road, probably an average of these personnel, and it's way down middle of the road. So let me ask you one final question. For decades, the Congress has routinely authorized science programs at funding levels that far exceed what will ever be appropriated. And although these bills often pursue worthwhile goals, they also create unfunded expectations that can dilute agency focus, complicate long-term planning, and strain limited resources. From the America Competes Act to the CHIPS and Science Act, we've seen this pattern repeated over and over. How does this gap between authorized and appropriated funding affect the long-term health of our science enterprise, and what can Congress do to better align our policy ambitions with fiscal reality?
Yeah, I will say I think obviously these type of budgetary decisions appropriation decisions are made by Congress, but I will say in the executive branch, having more definitive clarity around what will be funded and at what time periods, I think will allow for much better planning. As this committee knows very well, there are many initiatives that are multi-year in the making, and the more clarity we can have for those, the better.
Absolutely. My time's expired. So I yield back, and I now recognize Ranking Member Lofgren for 5 minutes to ask her questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to get a few things on the record here today. The National Science Foundation has been without a Senate-confirmed director for over a year, but I think we do have evidence that political appointees may be finding a way to interfere despite that fact. Now, I have something I want to put up on the screen. The staff can make that happen. On the screen is a slide that the Science Committee Democratic staff got just last week on the agency's Program Information Management System. Now, it may be a little bit hard to read because this was a screenshot taken by someone who was at the meeting, but it's helpfully colored in bright red, and it's a stat that reads, coordination with DOGE and White House taking place outside the workflow. So we've been hearing rumors for months, and this seems to confirm it, that the White House is directly interfering with the operations of the National Science Foundation. I'm wondering, does the White House have involvement similar to this, in which NSF proposals receive funding?
The White House is not involved in which proposals get funding at National Science Foundation. I will say, and I think this committee knows very well, the role of OSTP and the way it's created in statute is to have an opportunity to work with all of our science agencies to ensure that the president's priorities for science and technology are manifested in the budgets themselves and the way that these operate.
There have been reports in the Science magazine and in Nature that I'd ask unanimous consent to put into the record that indicate that NSF has held up nearly $1 billion in money that Congress appropriated to the agency. And we've had indications of very large discrepancies between the fiscal year 2026 spend plan for NSF and the actual allocations that have been made to directorates. The public reporting and actually the rumors indicate that this is a portion of the $1.5 billion total that will essentially be expropriated from NSF and allocated to, I think, kind of a secretive initiative led by OSTP. The current system of granting is not perfect. I'm not going to say that changes aren't required, but you can make extreme changes that will do damage to our science enterprise. So I'd like to know kind of what is going on, Mr. Pretsios. Where is the nearly $1 billion that we know is being clawed back from NSF directors, and what is the reported $1.5 billion project, to quote Nature's reporting, is a brainchild of the White House OSTP? And if you could be specific, is any of the $5 billion that you announced today for Project Genesis coming from the money appropriated to NSF?
I'm not familiar with those details. I would refer you to NSF, but I will say something that we have argued from the White House for a long time and has been manifested or written up in the Golden Age report that was released yesterday, was that as a nation, we should be more deliberative and specific about trying to tackle grand challenges. We as a country have shied away for many years from actually being opinionated about one of the most important scientific and technological endeavors that our American people deserve government to be funding. And in that report and in the budget guidance R&D memo that we produced as well yesterday, I think we list out some of those. And the Genesis mission is one of them. And so is creating a scientifically relevant quantum computer that was part of the executive order the president signed. And I think we as a nation should strive to have these large-scale scientific endeavors that only the government can help marshal the full resources of the nation together to accomplish.
I don't think the committee disagrees on some of the major initiatives that are important to the country. We just adopted the quantum initiative. We have bipartisan support for research into fusion. But the concern we have is the process by which scientific enterprise is taken. Obviously, science does not happen without scientists, but scientists cannot operate in a vacuum if they don't have access to labs, if universities are no longer admitting doctoral students because they can't figure out a way to pay for their research. There's been tremendous damage that has already been done to the science enterprises of the country. We know personally of Nobel-level scientists who are leaving the United States and going to China because their research can be funded. So I have grave concerns, and I know that other members of the committee will have an opportunity to follow up. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Garcias, the administration emphasized American space leadership as part of the golden age of American innovation. Included in that is Artemis leadership, commercial space, and secure cooperation with allies and partners. How is OSTP, alongside of NASA, aligning the commercial space sector and international space science technology partnerships so the United States leads in space while providing sensitive technologies and strengthening norms that favor American leadership?
Thank you so much, Congressman. Now, the President signed an executive order around space superiority in December of last year, and that actually set the national vision for our country in space. And I think it set out some bold goals that this committee is very, very familiar with: to have American boots on the ground on the moon in 2028, to have the first components of a moon base by 2030, and to launch in this administration essentially a nuclear reactor in space for nuclear propulsion. So these are bold, ambitious goals that we at the White House are helping coordinate, some of which require multiple agencies to work together, particularly some of the nuclear initiatives. And we have an amazing administrator at NASA who's doing a great job in helping achieve the President's vision.
So Executive Order 14369 basically ensuring American space superiority calls for new and upgraded facilities to support increased launching and re-entrance cadence. If the administration could use a privately funded federal infrastructure finance corporation at no cost to the federal, state, or local taxpayers to supplement existing tools for spaceport infrastructure, would this new financing approach help OSTP carry out the executive order which calls for new and upgraded facilities?
I'd have to learn a little bit more about that particular model, but I think the overarching view is that we need to find the best possible solutions to be able to upgrade our launch infrastructure. I think, again, as this committee knows really well, the cadence of launches that's happening now is increasing dramatically, and our ability to have facilities to allow our space economy to achieve its ultimate potential is going to require new facilities.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a copy of my bipartisan Federal Infrastructure Finance Corporation legislation and a one-pager describing it.
Without objection.
So radioisotope power systems will be vital to power U.S. lunar infrastructure. What steps will the administration take to prioritize U.S. companies building this technology and leveraging existing nuclear fuel across the DOE complex, and provide the procurement support needed to make U.S. industry competitive globally?
I defer to my colleagues at DOE and NASA on that, but I promise you I can look into that and can find ways to progress it forward. I think the key thing is that the President, at least from the White House level, has set the goal that we're going to have SR1 up by 28. In order to make that a reality, I think a lot of other pieces have to come together, and that very well may be one of them.
My time is out. Would like to yield any time you'd like to, about a minute, to explain any other thing you'd like to explain.
Thank you so much. I talked about this a little bit in my opening statement, but I cannot reiterate enough how excited I am about the future of the science and technology enterprise in the United States. We have one of the greatest opportunities in human history to accelerate the pace of scientific discovery today. Artificial intelligence is probably the biggest unlock in human history in our ability to drive scientific discovery. What we're able to do through the Genesis mission and through extending AI for science powered initiatives across all of our federal agencies, I think we'll be able to look back on that in years ahead and think that this was a moment where we actually, really accelerated the pace of discovery in a way that no one thought possible.
Absolutely, gentleman yields back. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamigi.
Thank you, Director Kratsios. Thank you for being here. The administration's 2027 Research Priorities Memo promises a golden age of science built on strengthening the U.S. science ecosystem and gold standard science grounded in merit-based peer review. Yet in just the past 3 months, the president fired the entire National Science Board. OMB proposed a rule to defer research funding to the whims of political appointees instead of experts. And now the administration is moving funds Congress appropriated to NSF and other science agencies without congressional authorization to Genesis, which was created without congressional authorization. And I think you mentioned about $5 billion. That is significant. America's science enterprise has led the world for decades because of our commitment to open research, to investing in discovery when the outcomes are unknown, to rigorous merit-based innovation, and to our U.S. research universities. Today, that enterprise is blinded by firing experts, deafened by legal threats, and choked by political hostage-taking. So, Director Kratsios, this past Sunday, the president, who is not a scientist, ordered federal suspension and debarment officials to investigate the national academies because of a peer-reviewed report he apparently didn't like. Executive Order 14303 requires federally funded science to undergo unbiased peer review. This National Academy's Attribution Science report did go through years of peer review. So did OSTP review that report or advise the president before he issued that order? That's just a yes or no question.
No.
Has OSTP identified a specific factual error in the report's peer-reviewed findings? Yes or no?
I have been involved in the National Academy's report.
The National Science Board, which is required by law to advise the president and Congress on science policy, has been vacant for nearly 3 months because the president dismissed all 22 members. Did the board hold its statutorily required annual meeting in May of this year?
So the National Science Board has statutory authority to establish the policies of the National Science Foundation and delegate award authority. Now, adding to this, and I think this committee is very well the challenges, recent Supreme Court cases have upheld that only principal officers of the executive branch can make certain
I'm going to reclaim my time because my question was,
defer you to the National Science Foundation.
Has the president nominated a single replacement member since April, yes or no?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So in May, OMB proposed a seismic overhaul of the federal grant system. It requires award reviews by political appointees. It allows agencies to subjectively terminate grants, and it bars funding that supposedly promotes topics the president doesn't like in favor of those that advance his policy priorities. Did OSTP consult with OMB in developing this proposed rule?
As this rulemaking is progressing, our office is working closely with OMB and OIR to ensure that all the federal research enterprise remains world-class and is trustworthy and accountable.
And did any agencies under OSTP's purview begin implementing provisions of the rule before the comment period closed?
I can't speak to other agency actions. I don't know.
You're not aware of any that have? You're talking about unleashing American science, but you're standing idly by as researchers stop publishing their results out of fear. Political agendas dictate winners and losers, and science agencies are bleeding staff, many of whom, as Ranking Member Lofgren noted, are being recruited by other countries who are aggressively courting our scientists. That's not scientific leadership. I also wanted to ask you about this apparently new process set up to bypass review panels to earn a so-called fast-track golden ticket. It's Willy Wonka-like to me, and this is a serious issue. So who's going to get these fast-track golden tickets? Supporters of Donald Trump, people who pay for them? What's the process?
So we're very excited about different methods of awarding grants. What we have seen over the past few decades is a real decline in the types of grants that want to achieve sort of groundbreaking or out-of-the-box type of ideas, because these merit review panels tend to gravitate towards least common denominator awards. And what's amazing about the Golden Ticket process or initiative is that it does two things. One, it encourages scientists to be able to actually propose more interesting, more groundbreaking, more envelope-pushing ideas because they have an opportunity actually them to be awarded. And second, I think most importantly, it actually encourages better and more qualified people to want to be part of these merit review panels.
So will you commit, my time's about to expire, so will you commit that those reviews will be done based on merit, not based on the supporters? There's a lot of corruption in this administration, not based on who is giving money to the president and who are the friends and supporters of the president. They will be merit-based grants to get a golden ticket. Will you commit to that?
That is how NSF does grant making. It's a merit-based process.
Thank you, I yield back.
Thank you. Now I'd like to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Kratsios, thank you for being here today. It's good to see you again. As the chairman mentioned in his opening statement, several weeks ago, this committee marked up 10 different bills on the topic of AI regulation. And I'm very proud that this committee is leading on that issue. Amongst those bills was a bill of mine to codify the Center for AI Security Innovation, or NAIR, CASI, and task CASI with many roles, including improving and evaluating the security and reliability of advanced AI systems. And as we've seen with yesterday's disclosure of the loss of control at OpenAI and the subsequent hacking of Hugging Face, that just underscores the urgency of CASI's mission. One of the items of disagreement within the committee was the level of resource to give to CASI. And part of the controversy was that there are elements of CASI's job that fall into jurisdiction of other policy committees here in the House. And so as we work through the process and with all of the different policy committees and crafting a federal regulatory framework for AI, it's really not clear until we get done with that what the overall responsibilities of CASI will be. So let me ask you, based on the responsibilities that we've given CASI so far, is CASI adequately resourced to execute on its mission?
I think CASI could certainly benefit from more resources. It is, to begin with, forget even this particular topic of AI, it's very hard to recruit people to work in government. Layering on the fact that for the particular type of experts that you need to do the testing and evaluation of these models, these folks could work in the private sector and make orders of magnitude more in compensation. So I think what's important for us is to be able to create an organization that can recruit high talented people to come for tours of duty and to be able to do the important work of testing and evaluation of these models, and that does require resources.
Right. Well, that remains an item of discussion here. I think the legislation that we passed, which was my bill, resourced CASI at $25 million a year. I believe that the amount of resource truly needed when the dust settles here will be closer to $100 million a year, but we look forward to partnering with you to figure out what the amount of resources to enable CASI to execute on its important mission. One of the other things that we did 2 weeks ago when we marked up legislation is to codify NAIR, the National AI Research Resource, which is going to be a critical piece of making sure that we democratize access to advanced AI research and allow it to be done outside of the setting only in private companies behind closed doors, and to allow it to remain to be done in settings like academia and by entrepreneurs. What steps is OSTP taking to ensure that access to resources for AI research and development are democratized and broadly available?
Yeah, so we've encouraged NSF to continue to pursue and build out the pilot that they did for the NAIR. One of the core tenets of Science New Golden Age is, again, reorganizing the scientific enterprise to support the individual scientist. And what we have seen as this AI revolution has taken over is that the resources that you need in order to do cutting edge AI research are not trivial to acquire, and having pooled resources which the government can help with private sector to create opportunities for scientists to tap into is really, really important, and increasingly even more important. So we do encourage that and try to find programs both in NSF and in DOE to make that happen.
So you and I have had several discussions about the Genesis mission. I find that tremendously exciting, and I think I agree with you that it's going to catalyze a new era of discovery by partnering advanced research with artificial intelligence to push forward the boundary of human knowledge. The Genesis mission executive order identified a few priorities for the Genesis mission. Among them were AI and quantum computing, but also among them were fusion energy, which I think you and I share a passion for. As chairman of the Fusion Energy Caucus, that's something that we have been very focused on. However, the administration's fiscal year 27 budget included a request for $1 billion for AI and quantum, but no corresponding investment to accelerate commercial fusion deployment. Mm-hmm. So can you elaborate on what the administration's current federal strategy is on fusion?
Yeah, so you may have seen recently the Department of Energy released their Fusion Science and Technology Roadmap. And in the fiscal year 28 Research and Development Priorities memo that me and Director Vogt released yesterday, we talk about the importance of national science and technology missions. And we list out 4 of them, and one of them is fusion. And our hope is that through the budget process, we can establish a way that we can demonstrate commercial fusion power in the U.S. by the mid-2030s, in line with the roadmap that DOE put out.
Okay, well, I mean, it's going to require a partnership between Congress and the administration to get that funded, and commercialization is an important part of that strategy. So, I see my time's expired. I could ask a dozen questions, but I thank you for your presence.
I recognize the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross.
Thank you so much, Chairman Babin and Ranking Member Lofgren, for convening this very important hearing. I represent part of the Research Triangle, so there's nothing more important to my district than the scientific enterprise. I want to discuss the so-called gold standard science this administration is prioritizing. Everything's gold in this administration. There's just something odd about that. On May 23rd, 2025, President Trump issued Executive Order 14303 entitled Restoring Gold Standard Science, not silver, not bronze, not red, blue. The executive order directed your office to issue guidance for federal agencies on the implementation of, and I quote, gold standard science. It also directed agencies to submit their implementation plans to your office. And now, a year later, OMB has proposed a broad policy that would completely upend federal grant funding, which will further devastate the scientific community and be subject to the whims of political leadership. And we have seen this in North Carolina in devastating ways to both the scientific enterprise and to our economy. So as I said, I am proud to represent the Research Triangle. It's a major center for science and technology, home to some of the world's top research universities and institutions. And the Trump administration has severely disrupted our research and technology sector by restructuring critical agencies, firing experienced scientists, and cutting research funding, all in the haphazard pursuit of gold standard science, and all to the benefit of our competitors, specifically China, and specifically in the area of biotechnology. Sadly, what we've been hearing this morning has been confirming what we know. Gold standard is frequently gold plated. And the victories that you're touting are merely cheap, shiny distractions concealing the nation's crumbling scientific infrastructure and the loss of the intellectual capability that we have to China, to Europe, to anybody who can fund their research. And scientific integrity is being violated every day across government. So I have a few questions for you in my 2 minutes left. The gold standard science guidelines say, quote, unbiased peer review is critical for generating trustworthy new knowledge that minimizes bias. Yet a month after OSTP released its guidance, the so-called Climate Working Group at the Department of Energy published a 151-page report that was written by 5 hand-picked climate deniers. This report underwent no independent peer review and was immediately debunked by the scientific community. But DOE has refused to retract the report and continues to stand by it. Have you evaluated the publication process that the Climate Working Group followed, and will you instruct DOE to retract the report as a violation of the gold standard science peer review requirements?
I have not, and I trust Secretary Wright in his judgment in putting together that panel and in producing a report that was quite important.
Well, Secretary Wright was here, and let me tell you, didn't do a good job. The OSTP's gold standard science guidance is also supposed to uphold scientific integrity throughout the federal government. At the same time, OMB is working to finalize a policy that will explicitly empower political appointees to overrule merit-based scientific decisions. It's a travesty, and it's simply incompatible with any kind of commitment to robust scientific research. Director, how on earth can you claim to support gold standard science while the White House enacts a policy that will make a mockery of it? I believe that you actually are a serious scientist. You have great credentials. You have integrity. But this isn't being implemented in the way that you are saying it should be.
Thank you so much. I mean, I look forward to working closely with OMB to ensure that that our enterprise continues to remain world class and trustworthy and accountable.
Gentleman yields. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Kratsios, for being here with us today. I want to touch on gold standard science as well. Interesting segue. As we all know, the executive order will call for gold standard science that prioritizes transparency, rigorous scientific work, reproducibility of the science that's done, impartial federal science, clear communication of uncertainty, that we don't cherry pick certain results and disregard others, that there are appropriate disclosure conflicts of interest. We could spend an entire hearing on examples over the previous couple of administrations where that has not been taking place. And we can argue that on both sides of the aisle. I would hope that in this, what's typically a very bipartisan committee, we would all agree on the needs for those things that are spelled out in the executive order. But could you comment a little for us? How is OSTP ensuring that scientific advisory processes and agency research products earn more public confidence and provide reliable evidence for policymakers?
Thank you for that question. I think we were very excited, very proud when the president signed the Gold Standard Science Executive Order. I think it was an important moment to kind of turn the page on some of the errors and the challenges that were faced in the previous administration. What the American people deserve and what the scientific community deserves is to have trust in the science that is produced and funded by the federal government. The core tenets in that executive order are ones that any scientist anywhere in the world cannot disagree with. That is just the way that you should be pursuing science. Things should be reproducible. Things should be transparent. They should be impartial. You should communicate uncertainty clearly. These are things that everyone agrees with. So to us, I think we're excited to get that out. And I think it's something our agencies have taken to heart. And they've each produced a set of implementation memos on how they're going forward to make sure that that is actually executed when they do science. So I'm very excited about the path ahead. And I think this is what the scientific community demands and should demand of the U.S. government.
Well, I appreciate that. And when we return from our August recess, I'll be introducing legislation to codify that. I would hope that would receive bipartisan support because we all, both sides of the aisle, should be seriously about pursuing integrity in our science.
Well, if you wanted to cheerlead it, I'm happy to make the rounds.
Roger that. Switching gears to AI, this week marks a year since the White House released America's AI Action Plan with more than 90 policy actions across innovation, infrastructure, and international leadership. 1 year into this, what do you see are the clear signs that the plan is producing results?
I think the clear signs are we continue to lead the world in next generation AI frontier models. It's something that I think we're proud of as a country. I think we had this mythos moment, if you can imagine, that we're all very familiar with a few months ago. And I think there's lots of ways to think about it, but one view on it or easy way to think about it is that that was an American model made by an American company in America, and that shows that we continue to be sort of on the bleeding edge. Another big effort that I think we're very proud of is how we're continuing to accelerate the infrastructure build out necessary for us to succeed in this AI world. The president was very forward leaning in bringing together all of the AI companies and hyperscalers and getting them to agree to what is known as the Ratepayer Protection Pledge. And the president asked of them, and they signed on to this pledge where they are committing to build, bring, or buy all their own power for next generation and new data centers. And why it's so important is we have to have the confidence of the American people when we build out all this infrastructure. And I think this pledge makes it clear to everyone that when a new data center is built, rates are not going to go up. And these are the types of actions the president takes, I think, which really instill the confidence necessary to keep leading ahead.
Okay, so those being positive actions so far, where do you see implementation needing to move faster? What areas do we still need to work on our hardest?
Well, I will say is the infrastructure build out is one we could always go faster on. The demand for compute is pretty insatiable. And we as a country, the more chips that we get online, the more data centers that we build, I think the more power that we'll have to keep driving all the next generation discoveries that we want to make using AI. And that is as much as more even so a state and local issue than a federal issue. So I think we can work with all of our states to make sure that we can find reasonable ways where everyday citizens are very comfortable with this technology in their backyard, and I think it's possible.
I do have concern that it feels in the court of public opinion out there we're losing the messaging battle on AI, and really you see it in the form of moratoriums that communities are trying to implement. And as I try to explain to people, we're not going to put AI back in the bottle. It's a matter of whether we produce the AI and have control over those standards or China does. And we don't have much time, but I'd really be interested maybe later on your thoughts on what we can in Congress can we be doing. I know my colleague, Chairman or Congressman Obernolte has been a leader in this area, but we've got to do a better job. Really not much time to elaborate.
I think the one thing is I think we continue to emphasize areas where the American people care and are interested, and that is particularly in AI for health. If we can show that artificial intelligence can dramatically change and improve the conditions of healthcare in America, that's something that everyone cares about, and it matters for every American family.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Yieldback.
Gentleman yields. Now I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fushi.
Thank you to the chair and the ranking member for holding this bipartisan hearing today. And thank you, Director Kratsios, for your testimony and for appearing before us this morning. In March of this year, the Trump administration, and you just noted, announced the creation of the Ratepayer Protection Pledge to protect Americans from the electricity price increases associated with the country's data center build out. The announcement came with great fanfare, lofty promises, even a fancy signing ceremony at the White House with you sitting right next to President Trump. This was supposed to be your answer to the worry and the fear felt by so many Americans that data centers would cause energy prices to skyrocket even more in years to come. Well, that was March, and now it's July. And Americans are wondering whether the Ratepayer Protection Pledge has made a real difference or whether it was just another empty promise from this administration. We already know the answer in North Carolina. Nothing has changed. Duke Energy tried to raise electricity rates on residential customers by 18%, and only after a public backlash did it lower the rate hike. But rates are still set to increase by more than 3% at a time when people can't afford to pay more. That's why 3 of 4 of the counties in my district have implemented moratorium on data centers development. That's why the town of Apex in my district rejected a proposed data center and imposed its own moratorium, a local grassroots decision that I proudly support. Director Kratsios, you may not want to admit that the Ratepayer Protection Pledge has been a complete failure, but my constituents know the truth. The pledge promised to, and I quote, lower electricity costs for consumers in the long term. So my question is, are electricity costs for American consumers lower now than they were in March?
I think the Ratepayer Protection Pledge is one of the announcements of the president that is probably the most consequential of this term when it comes to AI. The idea that the hyperscalers and the AI companies themselves made a commitment to the American people that in any community they go into, they commit to essentially build, bring, or buy all their own power, ultimately ensuring that rates do not go up because of what they're building. And the president was very clear with them. The American people should not be paying more for electricity because of these data centers. He was very firm and he was very clear, and he got them to agree to do this. This was a big accomplishment, and I don't think any other president could strong arm some of the largest technology companies in the world to make such a commitment. And I think as these companies try to go out into the world and convince Americans that they need to build these data centers, I think because of the pledge, I think Americans can be much more confident that
Chair, I want to raise one more time on that. That's not my question. The pledge promised that companies would, quote, agree to protect American consumers from price hikes due to data center energy and infrastructure requirements. So has this voluntary pledge stopped energy price hikes on local communities in this country?
Energy price hikes caused from the addition of new data center capacity to the grid, yes, it has stopped it because of that.
Okay, the pledge made a whole series of promises, not binding agreements, about what data center companies would do to hold down electricity costs for Americans. It was build, bring, or buy, as you said earlier, new electricity generation, pay for all new power delivery infrastructure upgrades required for the data centers, also voluntary negotiate new separate rate structures with utilities. Are all new data centers in America complying with the promises of this voluntary pledge? I'm going to ask the question again.
I don't know. I don't keep track of that.
Well, let me just say this. Energy prices are still soaring. Data centers are still a major driver of it, and this administration has done nothing to stop it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Fong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Katsios, it's great to see you again. Thank you for your leadership as you continue to advance America's AI and emerging technology leadership. This is a very consequential time. My first question, I've read the report that came out last night. With all the recommendations in this report, how will this accelerate our AI advancements to combat China? That is the consequential question that we have to answer right now at this very moment.
Yeah, I think the biggest one is essentially making the consequential decision that no matter what scientific domain you are pursuing research in, whether you are in material science or in chemistry or in biotechnology, artificial intelligence is an accelerant which everyone should be using as they pursue their next scientific endeavor. What the Genesis mission is able to do is actually to start incorporating AI into all those different scientific areas. Whether you're working at NASA or at Department of War or at Department of Energy, you will find a way to be able to work through a whole of government approach to integrate that AI into your research. And that's what I'm most excited about.
In the report, you emphasize a number of workforce development proposals, innovation hubs, apprenticeship programs, technical education, community colleges, which is extremely important, manufacturing, technician programs. What role do you envision community colleges and a lot of these other, how do you see them play a role in producing a skilled workforce needed for AI, cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing?
Totally. I mean, we really have to rebuild the link between discovery and domestic manufacturing. We have to be able to integrate sort of hands-on training, apprenticeships, and practitioner pathways broadly into STEM. And I think by doing so, we can sort of build these dense regional innovation clusters so that as these breakthroughs happen, we create this broad-based prosperity across the U.S. And in order for that to happen, we have to leverage the types of institutions you were talking about, community colleges and the like.
Oh, I certainly couldn't agree with you more. That was the reason why we worked with you on the NSF AI Education Act. Appreciate your guidance on that. The report also points to the Mojave Air and Spaceport as an example of how regulatory flexibility and local leadership launched America's commercial space industry. What specific elements of the Mojave model were most critical to its success and that you see, and how can Congress replicate those principles in other emerging technology sectors?
I think whether it's Mojave or I think the key is you have to the realization, or one of the core sort of realizations that led to the new report is that we're in a new era in the U.S. today where the interactions of the private sector, the federal government, academia and industry all together are what drive next generation scientific discovery. And the better pathways you can make and links that you can make between the four parts of the science ecosystem, the better. The easier it is for you to move from one ecosystem to another, to share ideas, to accelerate your scientific research progress. That's what we focus on. And I think the example that you gave is one where you create an environment where the typical players that you would see in that domain actually had access to it.
Having a dedicated location where companies can rapidly test, iterate, fail safely. Do you see Congress developing policies, or how would you encourage similar environments for AI, autonomous systems, advanced aviation, robotics?
Yes, we need all the above. I think one of the first piece of paper that I ever worked on that the president signed was the creation of the IPP, or the drone pilot program at the Department of Transportation in 2017. And I think what has always been a core thesis of our administration is that we have to have the opportunity to test new emerging technologies in different environments, see where they work, where they don't, where the American people are comfortable with them, where they're not. And based on this testing, then you can make the right decisions about how to promulgate them into the commercial environment. So to me, having the best test ranges possible and creating environments where Americans can go test their technologies, we have to do as much of that as possible.
And my last question in the time that I have, you outline in the report these new institutions, X Labs, ARPA-style organizations, driven research centers. Can you expand on your vision of how you see all of these integrating together?
Yeah, the truth is now that all of America's great scientists are not in one place. They're spread out all over the place. And what I think one of the great things we worked in SF on was this X Labs initiative. It showed that you can bring together a multidisciplinary set of scientists to work on a specific scientific endeavor in a set finite period of time to pursue something that you're not necessarily going to see at a university, or you won't see it in the private sector. So what we need the government funding open to are different places where research can be done. And that's the reality of today. It all doesn't happen just at a university or just in industry. It can happen other places, and we need to be able to fund it.
My time's expired. Thank you for your leadership. Look forward to working with you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize him from Rhode Island, Representative Hummel.
Thank you, Chair Babin, for holding today's hearing. Director Kratsios, despite the promises made in your report, you aren't launching us into the golden age of innovation. You're sending us back to the Stone Age. Earlier, you said we should focus on scientists, but under your watch, over 10,000 STEM PhDs left the federal workforce last year, and thousands of grants were canceled because a Doge Road found they contained phrases like disadvantaged communities, equity, or, brace yourself, sexual orientation. Your administration has taken hacksaw to the scientific enterprise. That's ensured America has developed almost every new technology for a century. We've allowed the Environmental Protection Agency to close its research arm, the Office of Research and Development, which identifies which chemicals shouldn't be in our air and water because they're toxic. We've let the National Weather Service become a shell of its former self, critically understaffed during hurricane season because Doge drove away 15% of its workforce last year. You've risked reversing generations of science leadership, ceding the 21st century to China. 21 countries, including China, have created recruitment programs to lure away our top scientific talent because you made it pretty easy. Director Kratsios, you promised to usher in the golden age of American innovation. I don't think any of those results sound golden. Do they to you? Do they seem innovative? All I see is tarnish and deterioration. I think you're trying to pass off a cheap knockoff as solid gold, so I'd like to break down how we got here. The so-called Department of Government Efficiency corroded our nation's scientific leadership. DOGE was supposed to close its doors at the start of this month. But, much like a damaging parasite, DOGE has lived on, continuing to wreak havoc throughout the government. We saw evidence of this earlier this year when Ranking Member Lofgren showed that a July 16th briefing noted DOGE's involvement in NSF operations. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this Washington Post article on DOGE. It's titled, "DOGE was supposed to be dead. Its remnants are everywhere." Director Kratsios, in what capacity has DOGE influenced NSF operations? Are they NSF employees, OSTP employees? Tell me where DOGE is right now.
I'll speak for OSTP. There are no DOGE employees at OSTP.
Well, look, I get that you're trying to pass off the responsibility because they don't exist anymore, but you can't hide from its influence. It's there. It remains. This is not a mystery to anyone. It's actually plain as ink on paper. Now, does DOGE have on its organizational chart individuals who are onboarded as members? Does OSTP still have remaining DOGE staff on its org chart?
OSTP never had DOGE staff.
Okay. Look, I want to believe you, but it's pretty hard to believe what this administration has said about DOGE. So the challenge here is you've said one thing and done another repeatedly. Now, does DOGE members in any part of the government currently liaise with OSTP in any way?
I don't think DOGE exists anymore, and it's pretty clear.
Well, there's a record that suggests otherwise.
I'm not sure how to help you.
There is a record that suggests that DOGE remains a big part of operations across our government.
I can speak to OSTP. We don't have any DOGE.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you're on the record there, and I'll continue to follow up with you on that. Because ultimately, this proves to be a losing approach. That hollowing out our nation's scientific leadership leaves us weaker, leaves us less prepared to make discoveries in the future. And the commitment that I hope you're able to make today is that the principles that they left behind of destruction, of elimination of our capacity wholesale isn't something that you'll carry on. Is that something that you commit to?
I commit to doing everything I can to deliver on the President's agenda of ushering a golden age of American innovation.
And beyond the President of the United States, do you commit to not leaving our scientific apparatus in shambles because of decisions made by DOGE that linger in our government?
I don't think so. I would be doing my job if I wanted to leave the scientific enterprise in shambles. So I will commit to not do that.
I'm glad we can agree on that. That's a good thing. Now, look, I want to cap off our discussion pretty quickly. The NSF recently announced its intention to dismantle the Ocean Observatories Initiative. This was designed to provide data on our oceans for scientists, fishermen, emergency managers, and weather forecasters for decades to come. But NSF was going to rip it all up from the ocean floor. Fortunately, after backlash, they were reversed course. And I hope that you continue to support a legitimate process as NSF continues the future of OOI. Thank you. I yield back.
I'd like to recognize the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Biggs.
Thank you, Chairman Babin, and thank you, Director Kratsios, for appearing here today before our committee and for the OSTP's work over the past year. President Trump has set an ambitious goal. The United States must lead the technologies that will define the 21st century. Maintaining that position is essential to our economic strength and our national security, especially as we compete with the Chinese Communist Party. Meeting that challenge will depend on abundant, reliable, and affordable energy. South Carolina is well positioned to help lead America's nuclear renaissance. We have a skilled workforce with decades of experience like those at the Oconee Nuclear Station in my district. Savannah River National Laboratory conducts critical work in nuclear materials, waste processing, and the fusion fuel cycle, which we've already mentioned earlier today. South Carolina is taking steps toward the nuclear generation, while leaders such as the Palmetto Nuclear Coalition are working to keep our state at the forefront of the nuclear industry. Director Kratsios, how is OSTP helping to accelerate the deployment of advanced nuclear technologies, and what can Congress do to help?
So President Trump, I think, made one of those transformational decisions for civil nuclear power since President Eisenhower announced Acts for Peace in 1953 with his executive order last year. Prior to President Trump's actions, we weren't testing new reactors, we were shutting down perfectly good reactors, and we were totally dependent on other countries for fuel. If you guys remember, the average NRC review time for licensing took more than 20,000 hours. And I think we've done a tremendous job in lowering that and in finding an opportunity to dramatically accelerate kind of advanced nuclear. I think one of the things that I'm most excited about is the president set this ambitious goal for the Department of Energy reactor pilot program to have at least 3 reactors that would achieve criticality by the 4th of July of this year. And I think I'm excited and very thrilled to say that we surpassed that goal. We actually had 4 test reactors reach criticality in the last a few months. And this is something that I personally went out to visit at Idaho National Lab a few months ago. And I think it just shows that if you set bold, ambitious goals for Americans and you set the regulatory structure in the right way, that there is confidence and understanding from our innovators on what they're responsible for, we can achieve truly, truly great things.
And I'm very grateful for those efforts. So the Genesis mission is another important part of maintaining America's technological edge. By bringing together our national laboratories, leading researchers, and advanced AI capabilities, the mission has the potential to accelerate scientific discovery across a wide range of fields and ensure that the technologies of the future are developed here in the United States, not in China. So, Director, how is OSTP helping advance the Genesis mission, and what could this initiative mean for America's long-term technological leadership in our competition with China?
Yeah, I think this will be probably one of the most consequential scientific programs in American history, and I don't say that lightly. What we do from OSTP is coordinate the efforts across multiple agencies. When the president launched the initiative, DOE was the first agency to get started with it. They're building the actual platform itself, and as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we're very thrilled that today at the Genesis Summit, right where I was before I came here to this hearing, we were able to announce a $5 billion in new federal commitments with more than 15 different agencies involved, each with their own grand challenges relating to AI and discovery. And to me, I think that's something amazing to see. You had health-related ones from HHS and NIH. You had very interesting related ones to construction that were done out of Department of Transportation, and so many others. And I think our function at OSTP is to help coordinate those efforts across the USG and make sure that the right programs are being tied into the right programs at the DOE.
That's exciting. I have a background in healthcare and also a connection with the military, so I'll look at that as a bright future and hopeful that we'll see those changes take place very soon. I have more questions about the research security around the Genesis mission, but my time is expiring, so hopefully I can submit that to you to get your feedback.
Absolutely. We'll send you a list of all the initiatives or great new ones from the VA and also from DOW that touch on some of your interests.
I look forward to it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Representative yields back. I'd like to recognize the Representative Super Mignon from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kratsios, for being here and for coming back. I want to thank you for releasing your report. I think I had to zoom through it this morning. It's pretty lengthy, but I appreciate you putting that work into it. I know a lot of people have asked about different aspects of science and technology, and you have a pretty broad portfolio. I wanted to talk about AI specifically, though. On May 21st, the president was going to put out an executive order on artificial intelligence, and a lot of it was going to be around regulating frontier models, and there was going to be some looked like mandatory standards when it came to AI models, but then that executive order was withdrawn, and then something else came out a while later that talked about voluntary standards. Could you talk about what went to that decision to withdraw that executive order and why subsequently a less stringent policy was released?
I can't speak to those details, but I am familiar with the executive order that was released, and I think it was something that very clearly articulated the importance of having voluntary commitments from the frontier labs to share their models in advance of release with the U.S. government and leverage the talents and skills at KC and at NSA to do evaluations relating to cyber capabilities and make sure that when the models are put out to the public, the appropriate guardrails and protections are in place.
So were you part of the decision making to withdraw that initial executive order?
In my role at the White House, I'm part of the broader decision making process on AI policy.
And do you think these safety requirements should be mandatory, or do you think they should stay voluntary?
The president's executive order called for voluntary commitments, and I think at this time that's the appropriate policy action.
And so what's to prevent someone from coming up with an AI model that could be dangerous, and they decide not to comply, and they decide to just unleash it, and it creates a lot of havoc?
I think as you and this committee knows very well, the number of players that have the resources to train a frontier model with the capabilities that would pose a risk are quite limited and quite few. And we're able to get voluntary commitments from all of those that have that capability.
And the final executive order that went out, it cut the government's review time from 90 days to 30 days. Was there a reason for that?
The final one did say 30 days, and we believe that is sufficient time to be able to work voluntarily with the companies. Again, none of these companies are required to share their model with the USG, but I think what we have seen is that the industry is interested in having the expertise of KC and NSA weigh in and help them do an even better job of building their guardrails.
Great, and I'm going to switch subjects on chips. We have heard about how auto manufacturers are increasingly relying on advanced chips, but obviously so does a lot of other things, a lot of other components. And one concern I think people are starting to have is the sourcing of chips, because right now we want people to source them from the United States and U.S. chip makers. We passed the CHIPS Act, but there's a lot of companies who are now clamoring to try to source them from suppliers from China, like CXMT, YMTC, and I would love to know the administration's position on whether you think we should allow American companies to source from these entities.
Well, our Trump administration policies are bringing back advanced chip manufacturing in the United States. I think you may have seen that it's this month we were able to secure another $100 billion commitment from TSMC for further semiconductor manufacturing investments in the U.S., bringing their total to $265 billion. Micron themselves just broke ground on a $100 billion New York semiconductor manufacturing.
I know that. I'm trying to ask, do you think it's okay for American companies to buy from CXMT or YMTC? I want to know the administration's position on that.
I think the most important thing is we build domestic capacity to be able to, in the long term, provide have the chips developed here in the United States that can meet the needs of our American companies.
I didn't get a yes or no on it. Could you give us at least where the administration is right now on sourcing that? Because they've been listed as a significant threat to U.S. national security. And so I would assume the answer would be no right now, right? But do you think that might change in the future?
I think the most important thing is we have to build capacity here. We obviously don't want to be doing business with anyone that's on the entity list, and that's something that is clear and in law.
I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I'd like to recognize the representative from Georgia, Dr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Glad to have you here today. I was curious, when we talk about research and actually keeping people from investing in waste, fraud, abuse, espionage, having foreign actors come to the United States and learn and then apply what they learn here against us when they go back to their own countries. How do we find that balance between investing in a workforce and development that's truly homegrown and protected versus collaborating with countries that actually can benefit us? What do you do to balance that?
It's one of the toughest challenges in the science ecosystem. I think for many years, the United States has been the home for scientists from all around the world to come and research. And what we have seen over the last decade or so is that not all scientists come here with the intent just to help pursue great new scientific endeavors. They come here to try to commit espionage, to figure out what we're working on and share it back with adversarial power. So to us, I think what we need to do is be able to strike a balance and create actually kind of a risk-based approach to monitoring the efforts across our science ecosystem. It begins at the federal level with our national labs that we control and also DOW labs. But I think there's a lot of lessons learned that have to go out to our academic institutions to get them a little more aware that this problem exists. Universities were not set up to do, large-scale background checks on everybody who is in their university. Yet so much of the stuff that we're concerned about happens there. So what's important is that we can share the resources of the federal government with them to kind of minimize the risk profile.
So I'm super concerned just considering that we have about 1 million students in our advanced educational system. Over 250,000 of those are from China, a direct competitor of ours. And they've been trying to push, and the president's actually talked about getting it up to 600,000 students per year just from China alone, which very much concerns me. So I'll be looking more into that and what we're doing to protect ourselves from that. America's biotechnological leadership depends on having workforce with the skills to turn scientific discoveries into products and manufacturing here at home. That's why I've introduced a Biotechnology Workforce Alignment Act to better align workforce training with industry needs. How have you worked to strengthen biotechnology workforce, and where can Congress be most helpful in developing that specific talent?
Yeah, biotech has been an important priority for the administration. If you think about kind of what the waterfall effects are for this big AI push is, these models can start being applied to a lot of the biological sciences. And I think it's something that we're encouraging NIH and other relevant agencies to focus their funding on. I think through those funding opportunities, I think we have a great chance to do the workforce programs that you're talking about and make sure that our grant and fellowships programs are aligned with sort of biotech as a priority.
Great. 2 universities huge in technology and development, of course, University of Georgia and Georgia Tech, my alma mater. Both of them doing amazing things right now. At University of Georgia, we're recognized for the 4th straight year as the nation's leader in bringing university research market through industry partnerships, which is exactly the kind of innovation ecosystem we need if we're going to lead in AI, advanced manufacturing, and other critical technology. How are you working to strengthen partnerships between research universities and industry so we build regional talent pipelines for the next generation of scientists, engineers, and entrepreneurs?
Yeah, you're so right. The private industry now funds about $700 billion in R&D annually, and that's far more than the government and academia combined. So we as a government need to think very carefully around the exact problem that you mentioned. How can you build stronger bridges between industry and academia? And what's interesting about it is every time I talk to any university presidents, that is one of the top things on their list. They recognize that the amount of money being spent on research and development outside of academia and in industry is something that they need to be part of. And I think those are the types of relationships that ultimately build those ecosystems that you talk about.
I love that private/federal relationship that we kind of protect right now. And it's really the future of America when we talk about developing the future technologies. Likewise, Advanced Manufacturing Piloting Facility at Georgia Tech has helped companies commercialize new technologies and adopt AI-enabled manufacturing and train workforce needed to support them. I'm really short on time, so I'll respect that, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, sorry, and I'm ahead of myself, aren't I? Basically, I'll just basically submit this question, but basically, I'm looking for ways to reindustrialize America and how we can partnership, and I'll leave that to our question we submit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. I'd like to recognize Representative McBride of Delaware. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Lofgren for holding this hearing. Director Kratsios, it's good to have you back before the committee. It is critical that small and medium-sized manufacturers are able to adopt technologies into their processes. This keeps American manufacturing competitive and at the cutting edge. Yesterday, you released a report in which you highlighted bipartisan manufacturing programs, and you specifically mentioned the Manufacturing Extension Partnership Program as essential to this process. Meanwhile, the president's budget has proposed slashing the Manufacturing Extension Partnership Program for 2 years in a row. So I'm curious, is the administration reversing its position on MEPs?
It's something that we talk about certainly in the Golden Age Report as philosophically something that very much aligns with the tenets of the report. I look forward to going into the 28 budget cycle and working with OMB and with NIST to try to find ways that those types of programs do find some funding, because I think it's critically important for the future of manufacturing.
Well, I'm glad to hear your commitment and interest in that, and certainly I hope we can continue to all work in a bipartisan fashion in support of programs like the Manufacturing Extension Partnership that have brought economic activity and jobs to Delaware and to states across the country. Last time you sat in that chair, we discussed the impact that rapidly expanding data centers have on our communities, including increased energy and water demand. This fear is not theoretical, and Delaware families are paying $18.79 per kilowatt hour today, up from $17.97 last year, squeezing budgets and forcing Americans to make hard decisions. That day, you said President Trump supports the idea that technology companies should pay the costs that come with data centers they bring online. You also said you hope data center operators and semiconductor manufacturers will be incentivized by the free market to become more efficient. Since then, you have said that, quote, American AI leadership should never come at the cost of Americans' ability to pay their electricity bills. I agree, and President Trump also touted the Ratepayer Protection Pledge, a voluntary agreement for companies to build, bring, or buy energy for their data centers. Now, I know you answered some questions earlier on this particular topic, but you mentioned before in one of my colleagues' questions, in one of your answers to one of my colleagues' questions, that you don't keep track of compliance when it comes to the Ratepayer Protection Pledge. Who does?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I think the National Energy Dominance Council of the White House is a primary sort of hub for our energy efforts at the White House.
And I'd like a little bit more clarity on how the administration's going to, or is already holding companies accountable if they violate the pledge. Obviously, it's voluntary, but we want to see adoption of it. What will the administration do? Is the president going to dictate and strong-arm companies into compliance like China does?
I think what we're seeing is that most of these companies are extremely incentivized to not only follow the letter of the pledge, but do even more. I think for them to be able to get the support of the local communities in order to actually build them, really sort of substantial commitments have to be made. I mean, we've seen in communities across the country where data center operators have agreed essentially to cover property tax for 5 or 6 years in order for the data center to be built. We've seen sort of dramatic commitments on sort of education spending and teacher salary increases. So to me, I think, I almost see, it's almost like what the Ratepayer Protection Pledge is table stakes, because I think a lot of these communities require even more, and that's what they're looking for from these data center providers.
But what happens if they aren't abiding by what the community wants, or what, frankly, local jurisdictions or state governments require, what the pledge seeks to facilitate and push for? What happens if they don't?
As a tech policy coordination office at the White House, I'm not a sort of an enforcement body, but I kind of do go back to what I said before. I think those business models are not sustainable if the communities themselves don't want them there. And I think what we're seeing is that in order for these data centers to be built, that pretty significant material concessions have to be made to the citizens of that area. And I think many times it's to the great benefit of them. I think, as I mentioned, there's communities out there where literally people don't pay property
Just
tax.
one quick follow-up question. One thing we talked about last time was the opportunities with technologies to diminish the energy and water needs, liquid cooling technologies. Do you have an update on the administration's approach to investing in those types of technologies?
I'll have to get back to you on that, but I agree with you yet a second time that we should be doing that.
Great.
Gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. like to recognize the gentleman from Utah, Dr. Kennedy.
Chair Babin, thank you for the time. Director Kratsios, thanks again for coming back to our committee. Appreciate that opportunity and to see you advancing the Trump administration's efforts to put the United States at the forefront of scientific discovery as well as achievement. From AI and nuclear fusion to exploring further and farther into space, America is leading, but we all know China is not far behind. We all need to remain vigilant and committed, and Utah is happy to play an important part as we seek to advance the mission by investing in artificial intelligence, critical minerals, as well as energy development. So as I am the sponsor of the Genesis Act, I'm working to codify the great work the administration is doing to harness the power of new technology to supercharge innovation. Utah has a major role in fusion energy commercialization since beryllium, a critical mineral mined in my district, is essential to that process. At his recent hearing, I asked Energy Secretary Wright about fusion commercialization, and he responded that, quote, we're all in, unquote, on supporting fusion commercialization. The Genesis mission integrates AI into our R&D infrastructure, and your Genesis mission, EO, specifically highlights the importance of fusion and quantum computing. Do you agree that AI will help accelerate fusion development and that fusion will help power AI?
Yes, I couldn't agree more. And I think that's, we lay out a lot of detail in the DOE's Fusion Science and Technology Roadmap that came out a few months ago. And I think it's something that we have prioritized specifically in the FY28 R&D priorities memo that I wrote with Director Vogt that got published yesterday.
Grateful for that work. Excellent. And I recently introduced the Power and the Future of American Space Dominance Act, which would codify NASA's space and nuclear priorities and deployment timelines recently established by NASA and OSTP. Meeting those timelines will require access to domestic nuclear material, particularly americium currently held within the DOE complex. How will OSTP work with NASA and DOE to ensure this material is available by 2028 to secure the supply chain and meet our national space objectives?
So we put out a National Science Technology Memorandum kind of laying out the space nuclear goals. And I think we as the White House have the opportunity to be able to do the policy coordination and bring both of those entities to the table together to make sure that it happens. It's a presidential priority within the EO, and something we're working towards achieving.
Thank you. My final question is, the Genesis Mission Executive Order directs the incorporation of data sets from federally funded research beyond the national labs. What progress has been made on that directive, and what are the main obstacles to getting that data into American Science Cloud platform?
Yeah, good progress today. As I think I mentioned before in the hearing, was a big announcement where we've essentially taken Genesis whole of government. We have 15 different agencies announced commitments to the Genesis mission to the tune of about $5 billion worth of R&D spending. But part of that was a commitment to do data set sharing with the instrument that's being built at DOE. And I look forward to those agencies pursuing it, and anything that we can do from the White House level to help with facilitation and coordination between agencies.
With you to help support those efforts.
All right. So, this hearing kind of has like another hour left to go, but I think we've seen enough of it to know that Donald Trump's destroying that department as well. I just skimmed through it, and there's not really any senators that pull up. Let's see what else we got. See what else we got in the queue here. What up, everyone? Happy Saturday morning. Hope you're all doing well out there. Just cruising through the queue, seeing what's cracking. All right, let's check this out. All right, everybody. I'm going to get my step on. It's been stimulating, folks. Hope you guys all have a good Saturday out there. Thanks for everyone that tuned in. Thanks for everyone that voted. Let's see. All right, out of 1,700 votes, A whopping 66% of the people that voted say that Donald Trump is nothing but a clown. So it's a good indicator of the blue wave tsunami that's coming this midterms. All right, everybody, you guys all have a good weekend. Catch you guys all later.